Meanwhile, on New Caprica, in a snow-swept refugee camp under Cylon occupation, you carve toys for children who've lost everything. Wooden animals, smooth and simple, given freely to families who have nothing left but hope. But hidden inside each carved gift, in spaces only you know how to find, is something the machines must never discover. A resistance network, built one careful act of kindness at a time. Tonight, you're in your workshop, carving a seal cat for a little girl's birthday. The wood is cold in your hands. The Cylons are searching the settlement, tent by tent, and you have work to finish before they reach yours. So before we begin this shift together, take a moment to like this video and subscribe. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from tonight. It helps me know who's keeping me company during these quiet hours. Now settle in, let the weight of the day fall away, and let the steady rhythm of carving guide you gently toward rest. The wind rattles the canvas walls of your tent, a sound that's become as familiar as your own breathing over the past 8 months on New Caprica. 8 months since the settlement. 8 months since the Cylons arrived. 8 months since everything changed, and the temporary became indefinite. The tent is one of thousands in the sprawling refugee camp that humanity now calls home, arranged in rough rows that form makeshift streets with names like Galactica Avenue and Colonial Row. Desperate attempts to impose order on chaos, to create the illusion of civilization in a place that's fundamentally about survival. Your workshop occupies the back third of the tent, separated from your sleeping area by a canvas divider that provides the illusion of separate rooms. It's not much, a workbench made from salvaged plastic crates and scavenged metal, a few tools that you've carefully maintained and hidden during the occupation, and shelves holding your materials and your works in progress. But it's yours, this small space, and in a settlement where privacy is a luxury and personal space is measured in inches. Having even this cramped corner dedicated to your craft feels like wealth. The workbench surface is scarred and stained from months of use, marked with knife slips and dye spills, and the accumulated evidence of countless hours spent working wood into shapes that children recognize and love. A single lamp, powered by one of the settlement's temperamental generators, casts a circle of warm light across the work surface, creating an island of visibility in the tent's general dimness. The lamp is precious, a commodity that required trading 3 days of water rations to obtain. But working by firelight or candlelight is dangerous when you're handling sharp tools and flammable materials. Outside, you can hear the settlement's evening sounds, muted by the canvas walls and the falling snow that's been accumulating since mid-afternoon. Voices carry through the cold air, neighbours talking, children playing their last games before darkness fully settles, someone singing a song that you remember from Caprica before the fall. The sounds are comforting in their ordinariness, evidence that humanity persists in small daily rituals even under occupation. The snow is New Caprica's defining feature during this season, the characteristic that makes the already difficult living conditions substantially more challenging. It's not the gentle, picturesque snow of greeting cards or romantic stories. It's serious snow, the kind that piles in drifts against tent walls and requires constant clearing from walkways. The kind that turns mud into frozen ruts that can twist ankles and break equipment. The kind that makes every trip outside a calculated decision about whether the destination is worth the exposure. Your breath fogs in the cold air despite the small heating unit that's supposed to warm the tent. The heater is working technically, but working on New Caprica means functioning minimally, and the unit struggles to maintain livable temperature against the planet's aggressive winter. You're wearing multiple layers: thermal underlayer, 2 shirts, a heavy sweater that your sister knit before the Cylon attack on the colonies, and a fleece vest that you acquired through the settlement's informal barter economy. Even so, your fingers grow stiff after too long away from the lamp's warmth. The current project sits on the workbench, partially completed and waiting for tonight's attention. It's a tarlac, one of Caprica's native herd animals that children loved in picture books and nature programs, carved from a piece of reclaimed wood that you've shaped over the past 3 evenings. The wood itself is precious, salvaged from a broken shipping crate that you found near the landing zone where supply ships occasionally arrive. Good carving wood is increasingly scarce in the settlement, and you've learned to treasure every piece, to plan cuts carefully, to minimize waste, to save even the smallest scraps for potential future use. The tarlac is about 4 inches long, 3 inches tall at the shoulder, with the distinctive curved horns and gentle expression that makes the species recognizable. You've carved dozens of animals over the months: tarlacs, unicorn horses from Irilon's mythology, the seal cats that populated Pecon's northern coasts, mountain goats from Geminon, even some creatures from old Earth legends that children know from stories. Each one is carved with the same careful attention to detail, the same commitment to quality, because these toys represent something more than simple playthings. You pick up the partially completed tarlac, feeling its weight in your palm, running your thumb over the surface to check for rough spots that need smoothing. The horns are nearly finished, curved in the characteristic spiral that tarlacs display. The legs are proportioned correctly, positioned in a walking stance that suggests gentle movement. The face still needs work. The eyes aren't quite right, and the mouth needs refining to achieve the soft expression that makes tarlacs appealing to children. Your carving knife sits in its designated spot on the workbench, the blade recently sharpened on the whetstone that's become one of your most valued possessions. The knife is old, inherited from your grandfather who carved ship models as a hobby, and its handle has been shaped by 3 generations of hands until it fits your grip perfectly. The blade is carbon steel, requiring careful maintenance to prevent rust in new Caprica's damp conditions, and you oil it regularly with the precious drops from a small bottle that you guard carefully. Before beginning work, you perform the ritual that starts every carving session. First, you check that the tent flaps are properly secured, that no gaps allow unwanted viewing from outside. Privacy is important for work that requires concentration. Then you arrange your tools in the precise order that experience has taught you is most efficient. Carving knife closest, detail knives in the middle, sandpaper and finishing materials at the far edge. Finally, you take a slow breath, centering yourself in the present moment, preparing your mind and hands for the precise work ahead. The knife feels right when you pick it up, balanced and familiar, an extension of your intention translated into steel and wood. You position the tarlac in your left hand, securing it with thumb and fingers in the grip that allows maximum control while keeping digits clear of the blade's path. The first cut of the evening is always tentative, a testing of the wood's grain and the knife's sharpness, a re-establishment of the connection between tool and material. The blade slides through the wood with the characteristic whisper that well-sharpened steel makes when cutting properly. A thin curl of wood peels away from the tarlac's face, revealing the slightly lighter colour of fresh-cut surface underneath the exterior. You examine the cut, satisfied with its depth and cleanness, then make another cut adjacent to the first, beginning to shape the eye socket that will give the animal its expression. The work settles into rhythm quickly, your hands remembering patterns they've repeated hundreds of times. Cut, examine, rotate the piece, cut again. Each stroke removes a small amount of material, gradually revealing the form that exists within the wood, waiting to be discovered. It's meditation more than manufacturing, a practice that quiets the mind while engaging the hands in purposeful activity. Outside, a patrol passes. You can hear the distinctive sound of Cylon centurions walking, that particular mechanical rhythm of chrome limbs moving with precision through the settlement streets. The sound has become part of the settlement's soundscape over these months, unwelcome but expected, like the wind or the generator's hum. You continue carving without pause, maintaining the same steady rhythm, though some part of your awareness tracks the patrol's progress until the sounds fade into the distance. The centurions patrol regularly, maintaining the occupation's visible presence. They walk through the settlement, in pairs or trios, their red eyes scanning, their weapons always ready, their chrome bodies impervious to new Caprica's cold in ways that human bodies aren't. They don't interact with civilians unless there's reason. No casual conversation, no acknowledging of human presence, just the constant surveillance that reminds everyone who holds power here. You've learned to work through the patrols, to not let them interrupt your craft. The toys must be completed because children are waiting for them. Children who've lost everything, who live in tents too cold and eat food too scarce, who desperately need something that's just theirs, something made with care and given with love, something that reminds them that adults still care about their happiness. The Tarlax's left eye socket is taking shape now, carved with the slight depth that will allow you to add a glass bead later. One of the tiny black beads that you've hoarded carefully, traded for, and hidden and rationed out to completed toys only when the carving is good enough to deserve them. The right eye socket follows, matched to its companion through muscle memory and practiced estimation rather than measurement. The eyes must be level, must be the same size and depth, must convey the gentle intelligence that Tarlax possess. Your fingers are starting to feel the cold, despite the work's focus, and you pause to flex them, encouraging circulation, pressing them briefly against the heating unit to restore warmth. Cold fingers are dangerous fingers when working with sharp blades. Reduced sensation leads to mistakes, and mistakes with carving knives lead to cuts that the settlement's overwhelmed medical facilities can't easily treat. Better to pause and warm up than to persist and injure yourself. The heating unit radiates its minimal warmth, and you hold your hands near the element for 30 seconds while studying the Tarlax's progress. The face is coming along nicely, the eyes are positioned correctly, the beginning of the mouth is suggested by the curves you've started below the muzzle, and the overall proportions are true to the species. Another 3 or 4 hours of work should complete the carving itself, then sanding, then the careful application of stain to enhance the wood's natural grain while defining features. With hands warmed and flexibility restored, you return to carving. The mouth takes shape gradually, cut by careful cut, curve by patient curve. Tarlax have small mouths, positioned in a way that makes them look like they're almost smiling, and capturing that expression requires precision. Too large and the animal looks aggressive, too small and it appears unfinished. The proportions must be exact to achieve the gentle, friendly appearance that children recognize and trust. The rhythm of work carries you deeper into focus, the outside world receding as the carving demands increasing attention. This is when the craft becomes truly absorbing, when time stops being measured in minutes and starts being measured in cuts, when the only reality is the wood in your hand and the blade removing material in precise increments. It's a form of meditation that you've come to depend on, a mental space where concerns lift temporarily and the only thing that matters is creating something good. The tent flap rustles, someone entering the outer area where your sleeping space is located. You recognize the particular pattern of movement immediately. Your sister Eleanor, who shares the tent and who's just returned from her work shift in the settlement's communal kitchen. Her footsteps approach the canvas divider that separates workshop from living space, then pause. "Still working?" she asks, her voice muffled by the divider but clearly tired. She's been on her feet for 12 hours, preparing meals for the settlement's collective dining areas in conditions that would have been unthinkable before the occupation. "Almost done for tonight," you reply, not looking up from the Tarlax's mouth that's nearly complete now. "How is the kitchen?" "Same as always. Too many people, not enough food, everyone trying their best with impossible resources." She sighs, a sound that carries the weight of another difficult day. "The Cylons cut our grain allocation again. We're going to have to water down the soup even more." You nod, though she can't see the gesture. The Cylons' systematic reduction of resources is part of their control strategy. Keep the settlement dependent. Keep everyone focused on survival. Prevent the accumulation of surplus that might enable anything beyond basic existence. I'm making tea if you want some, Elena offers. Real tea, not the leaf substitute. I managed to trade for a small bag. In a bit, you say, finishing the cut you've started before setting down the knife. Real tea is a luxury that shouldn't be declined, and Elena's willingness to share her trade acquisition is characteristic of her generosity. Let me reach a stopping point. Her footsteps retreat toward the heating unit, where she'll boil water in the small pot that serves as your primary cooking vessel. You hear the familiar sounds of her evening routine, rustling as she changes from work clothes to the warmer layers she wears in the tent, the strike of a match as she lights the small camping stove that you use for cooking, the quiet clink of metal as she prepares the teapot. You make 3 more careful cuts to complete the tarlac's mouth, then set the piece aside with satisfaction. The mouth is right, the expression is gentle and friendly, exactly what a child needs to see when holding this toy. Tomorrow you'll work on the final details, the small refinements that transform good work into careful craftsmanship. Tonight, you've done enough. The carving knife gets cleaned with a soft cloth, removing the fine wood dust that accumulates during work. Then it goes into its protective sleeve, a piece of leather wrapped around the blade to prevent damage and to protect you from accidental cuts when reaching for other tools. The tarlac goes onto the shelf where works in progress wait, arranged in a row that shows various stages of completion. The workshop holds other pieces in various states of completion. A family of mountain goats waiting for final finishing, several seal cats that need sanding and staining, a unicorn horse that's been set aside while you source the right wood for its legs. Each piece represents hours of work. Each will eventually find a home with a child who needs it. You emerge from the workshop area to find Elena sitting near the heating unit, 2 cups of steaming tea already poured and waiting. The tent's living space is barely large enough for 2 people to exist comfortably, furnished with 2 narrow cots, a small table, and the few personal items that you've both managed to preserve through the occupation. Elena has hung a string of small lights, traded for at considerable cost, that provide minimal illumination while creating a slightly more home-like atmosphere. Here, she says, handing you one of the cups. The warmth feels good against your cold hands, and the smell of real tea, actual Caprican black tea, not the awful substitute made from roasted grain, is almost overwhelming in its nostalgia. This is what normal life smelled like, what kitchen mornings were like before everything changed. You sit on your cot, cradling the cup and letting the steam warm your face. Elena sits across from you on her own cot, her expression showing the exhaustion that 12-hour shifts create. She's 3 years younger than you, with the same dark hair and sharp features that run in your family, though her face shows new lines that the occupation has carved just as surely as you carve wood. The tea tastes like memory, like mornings before work in your furniture shop on Caprica, like lazy weekends when Elena would visit and you'd spend hours talking about nothing important, like life that existed before Cylons destroyed the 12 colonies and the remnants of humanity fled to this cold planet where survival requires constant effort and comfort is measured in hot drinks and adequate blankets. This is really good, you say, taking another sip. Where did you manage to trade for it? One of the supply ship workers, Elena explains. He had a small stash he was willing to part with for extra kitchen duties. I covered his afternoon shift twice. She drinks her own tea slowly, making it last. Totally worth it. The evening settles into comfortable quiet. The tea provides warmth beyond just physical temperature. The heating unit hums its steady rhythm. Outside, the wind continues its work against canvas walls, but inside this small space feels almost cozy. I saw Cara today, Elena mentions after a while. She was in the kitchen during the lunch service, looking like she'd been in another fight. Cara Thrace Starbuck has become known throughout the settlement for her confrontations with the occupation. Where most people keep their heads down and comply with Cylon authority, she challenges them openly, resulting in regular detentions and visible injuries. "Is she okay?" you ask. "She's Starbuck." "She's always okay on the outside at least." Eleanor smiles slightly. "But she's going to get herself killed if she keeps challenging them so directly." "Everyone deals with occupation in their own way," you observe. Some fight openly like Starbuck. Others resist quietly through small acts of defiance. Still others just try to survive from one day to the next, conserving energy for basic existence rather than expending it on resistance that might not matter anyway. The conversation continues in this comfortable vein for another 20 minutes, touching on settlement gossip, resource challenges, small stories about people you both know. It's the kind of talk that siblings have, mixing important topics with trivial ones, providing mutual support through shared experience and genuine affection. When the tea is finished and the cups are washed and set aside to dry, Elena announces her intention to sleep. The kitchen requires her presence at 500 tomorrow, which means she needs whatever rest she can get before the alarm sounds. She changes behind the canvas divider, then settles into her cot with the multiple blankets she's accumulated through various trades and discoveries. "Don't stay up too late," she says, her voice already drowsy. "You need rest too." "I won't," you reply, though you know you'll be in the workshop for at least another hour, completing small tasks that don't require intense focus, but that need doing before tomorrow begins. You wait until her breathing settles into the regular pattern of sleep, then return to the workshop area. Not for carving, your focus is spent for the evening, but for the maintenance tasks that keep the space functional. Sharpening tools that are beginning to dull. Organising materials so tomorrow's work can begin efficiently. Sketching rough plans for upcoming projects. The Tarlac sits on its shelf, mouth complete now, ready for tomorrow's detail work. Looking at it brings satisfaction. The piece is good work, will bring joy to whatever child receives it. This is what the workshop is for, fundamentally. Not just producing objects, but creating small moments of happiness in circumstances designed to eliminate happiness. Outside, the settlement has quieted into its night patterns. Fewer voices carry through the cold air. Footsteps are less frequent on the pathways. The occasional sound of children being put to bed, parents reading stories or singing songs, trying to maintain normal routines despite abnormal circumstances. A Centurion patrol passes along the nearby pathway. You track the sound without looking, hands continuing their work organising materials, while your ears follow the mechanical footsteps. The patrol moves at steady pace, neither hurrying nor lingering, just maintaining its systematic coverage of the settlement. The sounds fade gradually into distance. The lamp provides steady light while you work. The heating unit maintains its minimal warmth. And slowly, gradually, the evening progresses toward the hour when your own sleep becomes necessary rather than optional. You finish sharpening the last tool that needed attention. The whetstone gets cleaned and properly stored. The materials are organised by type and size. The workbench surface is cleared except for tomorrow's projects laid out and ready to begin. The Tarlac waits on its shelf among other works in progress. Tomorrow you'll refine the final details, add texture to suggest fur, carve the small features that bring the face alive, prepare it for sanding and finishing. The work will continue in its steady rhythm, piece by piece, day by day, creating small islands of beauty in an ocean of difficulty. You extinguish the lamp, conserving the generator power that the settlement rations carefully. The darkness is complete for a moment until your eyes adjust. Then the small string of lights that Eleanor hung provides enough illumination to navigate by. Your cot waits with its thin mattress and accumulated blankets, the layers that barely keep the cold at bay, but that represent the best you can manage on New Caprica. You settle under them, letting the day's tensions gradually release from shoulders and back and hands that have held tools for hours. Elena's breathing provides familiar rhythm from her cot across the small space. The heating unit continues its steady hum. Outside, the wind works constantly, against canvas walls, creating the flutter that's become as familiar as your own pulse. Sleep will come gradually, consciousness loosening in stages rather than all at once. Tomorrow will bring new work, the Tarlax's completion, other projects demanding attention, whatever commissions or requests arrive during the day. But tomorrow is hours away yet. For now, there is only this, the familiar tent space settling into night, the workshop nearby holding its tools and projects in patient arrangement, and the gradual drift towards sleep that comes more easily, some nights than others. The cold presses against canvas walls, the wind continues its endless work, and inside this small shelter, two siblings rest from another day survived, gathering strength for whatever tomorrow requires, maintaining their humanity through tea and conversation, and the steady work of hands that refuse to stop creating beauty despite circumstances designed to crush it. The darkness deepens, the settlement quiets further, and sleep approaches gradually, bringing whatever dreams come to those who live under occupation. Dreams of worlds lost, of futures uncertain, of children playing with toys carved from hope and gifted with love. The work continues. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, each piece a small defiance, each gift a reminder that humanity persists, each carved animal a testament that even in the darkest times, some still believe that children deserve beauty. Rest comes eventually. The workshop waits in darkness, and the night progresses in its inevitable motion toward dawn. The alarm, a small mechanical clock that you wound before sleeping, rattles to life at 0700, pulling you from the thin sleep that you finally achieved around 0400. 3 hours of rest isn't enough. Hasn't been enough for months, but it's what you can manage while maintaining both your public work and your secret resistance activities. The sleep deficit accumulates like a weight that grows heavier each day, but there's no alternative. The work must continue, and the work requires hours that exceed what daylight and normal schedules provide. The tent is cold despite the heating unit running all night. Your breath fogs in the air when you sit up, and the blankets that felt barely adequate during sleep feel precious now that you're considering leaving their warmth. Eleanor's cot is empty. She left for the kitchen before dawn, moving quietly enough not to wake you, though you half registered her departure in that space between dreams and waking. The morning routine begins with the necessary but unpleasant task of using the tent's sanitation bucket, a 5-gallon container with a lid that serves as the primary bathroom facility for the tent's occupants. The settlement has communal facilities, larger structures with multiple stalls and better ventilation, but reaching them requires going outside into the cold, and morning is when you prefer to minimize exposure until you're more fully awake and layered. After that necessity is managed, you dress in the same layers that you wore yesterday, the thermal base layer, 2 shirts, the heavy sweater, the fleece vest. Clean clothes are a luxury that requires more water than you can spare for laundry, and everyone in the settlement has learned to wear the same items multiple days in succession, changing only when smell becomes genuinely offensive, or when rare opportunities for washing present themselves. The small mirror that hangs near the workshop entrance shows you what 8 months of occupation has created. A face thinner than before, with new lines around the eyes and mouth that weren't there on Caprica, with skin that's taken on the slightly greyish cast that inadequate nutrition produces. Your dark hair needs cutting, but doesn't get cutting because barbers charge resources that you'd rather spend on materials, and vanity is a luxury that has no place in survival. You look older than your 32 years, but everyone in the settlement looks older than they should, as if the occupation is aging humanity in accelerated time. Outside, you can hear the settlement coming to life, voices, footsteps, the generators starting their daily cycle, the distant sounds of work beginning in various locations. The snow has stopped falling, which is good news for anyone who needs to move through the settlement, though the accumulated depth from yesterday's storm means that the pathways between tents will need clearing before traffic can flow normally. You exit the tent into the grey morning light, locking the tent flap behind you with the simple combination lock that provides minimal security against theft. The cold hits immediately, finding every gap in your clothing and reminding you that New Caprica's winter is unforgiving to inadequately dressed humans. You pull on the knit cap that Eleanor made, covering your ears against wind that cuts across the settlement with particular viciousness. The settlement spreads in all directions, a vast collection of tents and temporary structures that houses approximately 39,000 people, the remnants of humanity after the Cylons destroyed the 12 colonies, and the fleet that escaped finally found this planet that seemed habitable enough for settlement. The tents are colour-coded by section. Your area uses tan and brown tents, while other sections have green or grey or even orange tents, creating a patchwork that from elevation would probably look like some kind of abstract art installation rather than a refugee camp. The pathways between tents are packed earth, now frozen solid and covered with yesterday's snow that's already being trampled into the compacted slush that characterises New Caprica's high-traffic areas. People move through the settlement with the hunched posture of those trying to minimise exposure, heading to work assignments or communal facilities or whatever destinations the day requires. No one makes eye contact, no one lingers for conversation. The cold doesn't permit socialising, and the occupation has taught everyone to minimise public interaction anyway. You head toward the communal dining area where Elena works, your destination this morning, primarily because she usually saves you breakfast when supplies permit. The dining area is about a 10-minute walk from your tent, through sections that you've come to know intimately through repeated travel. You pass the medical tent, marked with a red cross and showing signs of activity even at this early hour. You pass the equipment depot, where the settlement's shared tools and resources are stored under Cylon supervision. You pass clusters of tents, where families with children live, identifiable by the small toys and decorations that parents have created from scrap materials to make their children's lives slightly less grim. A Cylon Centurion stands at an intersection, its chrome body impervious to the cold, that making you shiver despite your layers. The red eye scans back and forth with mechanical precision, monitoring traffic, recording faces, maintaining the surveillance that's part of the occupation's control structure. You walk past without looking directly at it, maintaining the neutral expression that you've learned to wear in the presence of Cylons. Not defiant enough to attract attention, not submissive enough to suggest fear. The Centurions are the occupation's most visible element, the chrome enforcers that patrol constantly and respond to any disturbance with overwhelming force. Behind them, less visible but more dangerous, are the humanoid Cylons, the models that look exactly like humans, that can be anyone, that make trust impossible and paranoia rational. You've probably walked past humanoid Cylons dozens of times without knowing it, probably sold toys to Cylon children who don't know they're Cylons, probably shared communal spaces with synthetic beings pretending to be human. The uncertainty is part of the occupation's psychological warfare. The dining area is a large tent, one of the settlement's few permanent structures, with long tables and benches arranged in rows that can accommodate several hundred people for communal meals. The space is managed by a rotation of volunteers like Elena, civilians who've taken on the work of feeding the settlement from increasingly inadequate supplies. When you enter, the warmth hits you immediately. The cooking equipment generates heat that makes the dining area one of the settlement's more comfortable spaces, though the smell of the food is less appealing than the temperature. Elena is visible at the serving line, ladling something that's nominally soup into bowls for the breakfast crowd. She sees you enter and nods toward an empty seat near the back, where she's apparently saved you a spot. You make your way through the crowd, mostly workers starting early shifts, people who've accepted that breakfast in the communal dining area is more practical than trying to cook in individual tents. The seat is next to Marcus, a man about your age who works in the settlement's waste management system, and who you've become friendly with through repeated proximity. He's eating his soup with the focused attention of someone who knows it might be his only meal until evening, scraping his spoon against the bowl to capture every drop. "Morning," he grunts, not looking up from his food. "Morning," you reply, settling onto the bench. "How's waste management?" "Shitty," he says, then grins at his own joke. "Literally. We're supposed to get a new processing unit from the Cylons, but they keep delaying the delivery. Meanwhile, we're trying to handle 39,000 people's waste with equipment designed for maybe half that." You nod sympathetically. Every system in the settlement is overwhelmed, pushed beyond capacity, held together by improvisation and determination. Marcus's job is particularly unpleasant but absolutely necessary. Without proper waste management, disease becomes epidemic, and the settlement's marginal existence becomes genuinely catastrophic. Elena arrives with a bowl of soup and a piece of bread, setting both in front of you with a slight smile. The soup is thin, mostly broth with a few vegetables and what might be grain, but it's hot and nutritionally better than nothing. The bread is dense and dark, made from the mixed grains that constitute the settlement's staple food source, but it's relatively fresh and will provide calories that you need for the day ahead. "Saved you the good piece," Elena says quietly, meaning the bread has slightly fewer weevils than average. The grain supplies have weevil issues that no amount of effort has managed to completely resolve, and everyone has learned to accept that bread will have extra protein, whether desired or not. "Thanks," you say sincerely, beginning to eat. The soup is bland but satisfying, warming your core in a way that the heating unit never quite manages. You eat slowly, making the food last, knowing that lunch is uncertain and dinner won't be until evening. The dining area's conversation is the usual mix of complaints and information sharing. Someone's tent heater failed. Someone else got assigned to a work detail they're trying to trade out of. Rumours about Cylon policy changes circulate with varying degrees of credibility. The resistance is mentioned in whispers, with the particular combination of hope and skepticism that characterises settlement attitudes toward organised opposition. You finish your meal and thank Elena, who's already moving to serve other arrivals. Marcus finishes his own food and stands, preparing to head to whatever waste management tasks await. You exit together, stepping back into the cold that feels even more aggressive after the dining area's warmth. "You still making those toys?" Marcus asks, as you walk back toward your respective areas. "Yeah, still carving," you confirm. "Why?" "My daughter's birthday's next week. She's turning 7, and I want to give her something special. Something that's just hers." He looks slightly embarrassed to be asking. "I can trade for it. I've got some extra rations, or I can do work, whatever you need." Your chest tightens slightly with the familiar combination of pride and guilt that requests like this generate. Pride because people value your work enough to seek it out. Guilt because you know that some of the toys you've made contain hidden resistance technology, and you can't tell which ones are safe and which ones might put families at risk if discovered. "What animal does she like?" you ask, deciding to accept the commission because refusing would seem suspicious, and because a 7-year-old girl deserves a birthday present even in an occupied settlement. "She loves those seal cats from Picon. We had a vacation there before." He trails off, not finishing the sentence that everyone leaves unfinished. "Before the Cylons came, before everything ended, before the worlds burned and humanity became refugees. She talks about them all the time, how they'd swim right up to the boat and look at you with those big eyes." "I can make her a seal cat," you confirm, mentally reviewing your wood supplies and determining that you have a piece suitable for the project. "Give me 3 days and I'll have it ready. No need to trade, consider it a birthday present." Marcus looks genuinely moved by the offer, his eyes getting slightly wet with emotion that parents feel when they can give their children something special. "Thank you, really, it'll mean everything to her." You separate at the next intersection, Marcus heading toward the waste processing facilities, while you return toward your tent and the workshop where the seal cat will be carved. The conversation has reminded you of the toy's actual purpose, not as resistance vehicles, not as cover for hidden technology, but as genuine gifts for children who desperately need reminders that adults care about their happiness. That purpose is primary, more important than the secret work, and you need to remember that even while pursuing both. Back at the tent, you secure the entrance and return to the workshop area where yesterday's Tarlac waits, along with the other works in progress. The morning has established the day's pattern, Marcus's commission added to existing projects, the workshop's rhythm continuing in its familiar way. Another day beginning under occupation that might be temporary or might be permanent, depending on factors beyond your control or understanding. The lamp casts its circle of light, the heating unit maintains its warmth, and the work continues piece by piece, providing both cover for resistance and genuine service to children who need beauty in circumstances designed to eliminate it. The afternoon light shifts gradually through the tent's translucent sections. The angle changes without announcement, marking time through shadow and brightness that moves across the workshop floor. You return to the workbench where the Tarlac waits. The oil has dried now, leaving the wood with enhanced grain that catches what light filters through canvas. Tomorrow, it will be ready for delivery. Tomorrow, someone's child will hold it and create stories about its adventures. The seal cat for Marcus's daughter begins to take shape in your planning. You select wood from your dwindling supply, a piece with interesting grain, the right size for the animal you're imagining. The weight feels correct in your hands. The texture suggests it will carve cleanly. Outside, the settlement continues its afternoon patterns. Voices carry through canvas walls, made indistinct by distance and material. Footsteps pass along the pathway. Somewhere a child laughs, the sound brief and bright before fading into the general murmur of thousands of people living in close proximity. The wind never stops its work against the tent. The canvas responds with constant flutter, a sound so familiar now that you barely register it consciously. It's simply part of the environment, like your own breathing or the heating unit's steady hum. You begin sketching the seal cat's basic form on a piece of scrap paper. Not detailed planning, just rough outlines to establish proportions and positioning. The body elongated, the head raised slightly, the flippers tucked in resting pose, the whiskers suggested with quick strokes. The sketch is rough but sufficient. You've carved enough seal cats to hold the form in your mind without needing detailed reference. The sketch just helps establish starting point, gives your hands something to work toward when knife meets wood tomorrow. The Tarlac on the shelf draws your eye. It really is good work. The proportions accurate, the expression gentle and friendly, the overall piece suggesting life despite being carved from dead wood. Someone will treasure this. Some child will hold it and find comfort in its small wooden presence. The tent flap rustles, someone entering the outer area where your sleeping space is located. You recognize the particular pattern of movement immediately. Gina, who coordinates welfare checks across this section. Her footsteps approach the canvas divider that separates workshop from living space. Then pause. Just checking in on everyone in this section, she says, her voice carrying the professionally friendly tone that administrative workers use. Making sure people have what they need, seeing if there are any issues I should report to the housing committee. You emerge from the workshop carrying several completed pieces, toys that have been waiting for distribution. The wrapped mountain goat sits among them, ready for transfer. Gina examines the pieces with what appears to be genuine interest, picking up each one and turning it in her hands. The seal cat from 2 weeks ago, a unicorn horse that's waiting for final finishing, the Tarlac you just completed, and finally, the mountain goat that contains the circuit board. These are beautiful, she says, and you believe she means it. Real craftsmanship. The children are lucky to have someone who cares enough to make such quality pieces. Children deserve quality, you reply, which is true regardless of hidden purposes. They've lost so much. If I can give them something that's well made, and theirs alone, that seems like the least anyone can do. Gina sets down the unicorn and picks up the goat again, examining it with a careful attention that makes your heart rate increase slightly, despite knowing the hidden compartment is undetectable. This one is particularly nice. The proportions are perfect. I know a child who would love this, a boy whose family lost everything when they fled Caprica. May I? Would you accept trade for this piece? Of course, you say, accepting the small bag of grain that she produces from her coat pocket. The grain is token payment, worth less than the hours of work the goat represents, but the transaction needs to look legitimate. I hope he enjoys it. I'm sure he will. Gina wraps the goat carefully and tucks it into her administrative bag, alongside clipboards and papers and the other materials that justify her presence in various tents. The transfer is complete, the circuit board is now in Resistance hands, and one more node of the communication network is ready for deployment. Gina stays for another few minutes, chatting about settlement conditions and resource availability, maintaining the cover that her visit is purely administrative welfare checking. Then she excuses herself to continue rounds, promising to check back next week to see if any new issues have developed. The tent flap closes behind her, and you listen as her footsteps recede into the settlement's ambient noise. The afternoon continues. The workshop holds your attention through the remaining hours of daylight. Tomorrow you'll begin the seal cat for Marcus's daughter. Tomorrow the network will have one more active node. Tomorrow the resistance continues in its quiet way, building infrastructure that might eventually matter. But for now, there is only the present work, the tools waiting, the wood ready to be shaped, and the settling afternoon light that marks time's passage without requiring acknowledgement or response. Eleanor returns from her evening kitchen shift later than usual, arriving when the settlement has already descended into the deep quiet that follows sunset. You hear her before you see her, the particular pattern of footsteps that you've learned to recognize, the fumbling with the tent flap that suggests cold-numbed fingers struggling with simple fastenings. You emerge from the workshop to help her inside, taking the container of soup she's carrying, while she unwraps layers with visible exhaustion. Long shift, you ask, though the answer is obvious in the way she moves, in the slump of her shoulders that suggests someone who's been on their feet for too many hours doing work that's both physically demanding and emotionally draining. They kept us late for inventory, she says, her voice flat with tiredness. The Cylons are tracking every grain of rice, every potato, every fracking spoonful of anything that could possibly feed people. Took 3 hours to count and recount and verify everything against their records. You set the soup container near the heating unit, where it will stay warm while she changes into her tent clothes, the worn sweater and loose pants that she wears for comfort rather than practicality. The inventory process she describes is part of the occupation's control system, the methodical accounting that ensures no surplus accumulates, that every calorie consumed can be tracked and traced and used as leverage against potential resistance. Did everything match their counts, you ask? Though you know the answer is probably no. The settlement's informal economy involves constant small-scale redistribution that official inventories never capture. Food traded between tents, extra portions saved for children, supplies quietly diverted to those in greatest need. The official numbers and the actual distribution never quite align, which is both a small victory against the occupation and a potential source of danger if the Cylons decide to investigate discrepancies seriously. Close enough that they didn't make a fuss, Elena says, settling near the heating unit with the soup. A few kilos here and there that could be explained by spillage or measurement error. They grumbled but accepted it. She pauses, spoon halfway to her mouth. One of them said something about tightening procedures, about implementing new tracking systems that would make discrepancies impossible. That's concerning news. The Cylons' occupation has been relatively light-handed so far, focused on control rather than complete suppression, allowing the settlement to maintain some autonomy in exchange for compliance. But if they start implementing more rigorous tracking, if they begin treating every small discrepancy as potential resistance activity, then the space for resistance work shrinks significantly. When do these new procedures start, you ask? They didn't say. Probably they're just threats, psychological pressure to keep everyone compliant. She eats her soup mechanically, the food a necessity rather than a pleasure. But we should assume they're serious. Everyone involved in redistribution should be more careful. The way she says redistribution makes it clear she's talking about more than just food sharing. She's talking about the entire informal resistance economy, the networks that move supplies, that transfer technology, that enable the hidden activities that the occupation can't be allowed to detect. Your own work with the hidden circuit boards is part of that economy, dependent on the ability to acquire components without triggering official attention. You nod understanding, filing the information away for consideration during tonight's work session. If the Cylons implement better tracking, then your methods for acquiring materials will need adjustment. The salvaged components that you've been collecting from various sources might become too risky to continue gathering. Alternative supply chains will need development, or the work will need to pause until safer methods can be established. Elena finishes her soup in silence, then produces a surprise from her coat pocket. 2 small pieces of dark chocolate, wrapped in foil that's been carefully preserved and reused multiple times. Someone traded these to me for an extra serving during lunch. I saved them for tonight. Chocolate is almost mythically rare in the settlement, a luxury that disappeared within weeks of landing on New Caprica. The fact that any still exists at all, hidden away in someone's private stores and brought out for trade, is remarkable. The fact that Elena saved it to share rather than consuming it immediately is characteristic of her generosity, but also makes your chest tighten with the guilt of knowing that your resistance work puts her at risk without her choosing it. You didn't have to save half for me, you say, but accept the piece she offers, because refusing would insult the gift. We're in this together, she replies simply, unwrapping her own piece. Everything we have, we share. That's how we've always worked. The chocolate melts slowly on your tongue, the flavour almost overwhelming after months of bland settlement food. It tastes like memory, like life before the occupation, like evenings in your Caprican apartment when you'd work late in your furniture shop and Elena would bring treats from the bakery where she worked, like the normalcy that seems increasingly distant with each day that passes on New Caprica. You sit together in the heating unit circle of warmth, not speaking, just existing in the shared space that siblings occupy when words aren't necessary. Outside, the wind has picked up again, making the tent walls ripple and producing the ever-present flutter that's become New Caprica's soundtrack. Somewhere in the distance, a child is crying, the particular sustained wail that suggests genuine distress rather than simple fussiness. A dog barks, one of the settlement's few animals that survived the journey from the fleet. Voices carry in fragments, conversations reduced to meaningless phonemes by distance and canvas. I saw Kara again today, Eleanor says eventually, breaking the comfortable silence. She was in the kitchen during dinner service, looking even more beat up than last time. Starbuck's continued confrontations with the occupation have become settlement legend, each encounter embellished through retelling until separating fact from mythology is impossible. What's certain is that Kara Thrace refuses to be subdued, that her resistance is visible and physical in ways that make her both inspiration and cautionary tale. Did she say what happened, you ask? She doesn't talk much to kitchen workers, just gets her food and leaves. Eleanor pauses, but I overheard her telling someone that she'd been in detention again. The Cylons are losing patience with her constant provocations. She's going to get herself killed, you observe, not for the first time. There's courage and then there's suicide, and she's walking that line too closely. Maybe. Elena wraps her hands around the empty soup container, using its residual warmth. But maybe we need people like her, people who refuse to pretend things are normal, who won't bow their heads and accept occupation quietly. Maybe her resistance makes space for the quieter resistance that the rest of us do. It's an interesting perspective, one you haven't fully considered. The visible resistance that Starbuck represents does draw Cylon attention, does focus surveillance on known resistors in ways that might create shadows where quieter work can happen undetected. Your own activities benefit from the occupation's focus on more obvious threats. They're looking for Starbuck's explosions, not your careful distributions of hidden technology. She's braver than I am, you admit. I couldn't do what she does, confronting them directly, accepting detention and punishment, refusing to be broken. You're brave in different ways, Elena counters. What you do takes a different kind of courage. Hers is hot and immediate. She acts and accepts consequences. Yours is cold and sustained. You plan and hide and maintain cover over long periods. Both matter. Both are necessary. The conversation fades back into silence, the chocolate finished and the soup consumed, and the day's exhaustion settling over both of you like a physical weight. Eleanor announces her intention to sleep. The kitchen requires her presence at 0500 again tomorrow, and she needs whatever rest she can manage before the alarm pulls her from inadequate sleep into another day of work that's both necessary and draining. You wait the customary period after her breathing settles into sleep's regular rhythm, then wait longer because the intelligence about increased Cylon scrutiny makes extra caution necessary. The workshop calls to you. There's a new circuit board waiting to be installed in the seal cat that Marcus's daughter will receive, and there are components that need assembly before they can be hidden in future toys. The work continues regardless of risk, because stopping would mean accepting the occupation as permanent, and that acceptance is the one thing you refuse to give the Cylons. When you finally return to the workshop, moving quietly to avoid waking Elena, the familiar space welcomes you with the scent of sawdust and wood oil, and the particular smell that workshops develop, a combination of materials and tools, and the accumulated presence of hours spent in focused work. The lamp creates its circle of working light. The heating unit maintains its minimal temperature. The tent walls flutter in their perpetual wind-driven rhythm. The seal cat waits on the workbench, its basic form complete, but details still requiring refinement. The circuit board sits in its protected container, ready for installation once the hollow is carved to receive it. The work of resistance continues in this small space, hidden from Cylon surveillance, disguised as simple toy making, contributing in small ways to humanity's larger refusal to surrender. You pick up the carving knife, feeling its familiar weight, and begin the careful process of creating the hollow space that will contain tomorrow's hope disguised as today's innocent gift. The settlement's weekly market happens every Wednesday in the large open area near the administrative centre, weather permitting. This week the weather is barely permitting, cold and overcast with occasional snow flurries that make browsing the makeshift stalls an exercise in endurance. But the market continues because the market is one of the few social structures that the settlement has maintained from the fleet days. And maintaining structures feels like maintaining humanity. You've brought 3 completed toys to trade or sell, the tarlac that's been finished for several days, a mountain goat that contains no hidden technology, and a small family of wooden rabbits that you carved as a set. The toys are arranged on a cloth spread on an overturned crate, displayed among the various goods that your neighbours are offering. The market is crowded despite the cold, people moving between stalls with purposeful browsing. Children weave between adults, drawn to displays that offer anything colourful or interesting in the settlement's general drabness. Your stall attracts attention quickly. A woman with 2 young boys pauses to examine the toys, picking up the tarlac repeatedly while clearly trying to decide if she can justify the expense. "How much for the tarlac?" she finally asks, her voice carrying the defeated tone of someone who expects the price to be beyond her means. You quote a price that's deliberately low. A few days of water rations or an equivalent amount of food, or trade work, if she has skills you need. The woman's face shows surprise, then suspicion, then cautious hope as she processes that the toy is actually within her reach. That's very reasonable, she says carefully. Are you sure? This is quality work, it's worth more than that. Children need toys, you reply. I'd rather see it go to a child who'll love it than charge so much that families can't afford it. The woman completes the trade eagerly, producing a small bag of grain that's probably more than your quoted price. Her boys cluster around the tarlac with immediate attachment. The older boy holds it carefully, as if afraid it might break, while the younger one strokes its carved surface with gentle fingers. What do you say? The mother prompts. Thank you, both boys chorus, looking up at you with pure gratitude that makes all the late-night work feel worthwhile. The family moves on, the boys already creating stories about their new tarlac, and you feel the familiar satisfaction of work that serves genuine purpose. Around mid-morning, Sharon Valeri approaches your stall. You recognize her immediately, one of the humanoid Cylons, who maintains administrative presence in the settlement. She looks completely human, moves with human fluidity, and expresses what appears to be genuine interest in your work. These are beautiful, Sharon says, picking up the unicorn horse that you're keeping as a display model. Her fingers trace the carved mane, the carefully shaped hooves, the spiral horn. Real craftsmanship. You don't see this kind of handwork much anymore. You manage a neutral expression, fighting the instinct to recoil. Thank you. I learnt from my grandfather. He taught you well. She sets down the unicorn and examines other pieces. Do you take commissions? I know several families with children who would love something like this. The question carries layers. Commissions from a Cylon could be genuine interest. They do maintain human relationships and raise children in the settlement. Or it could be investigation disguised as conversation. I take commissions when materials permit, you reply carefully. Wood is getting scarce, so I can't always guarantee availability. Sharon's smile seems genuine, though whether synthetic beings actually feel what they display is unknowable. I understand. Resources are tight for everyone. She pauses. If materials weren't an issue, what's your ideal project? It's an unusual question, probing motivation rather than capability. Probably a full carousel, you answer, choosing something ambitious but innocent. Carved animals on poles, rotating mechanism, something children could actually ride, but that would require resources that don't exist here. That's a beautiful vision, Sharon says. Maybe after things stabilize, something like that could happen. She purchases the unicorn horse, pays more than you would normally charge, and moves on to other stalls. The encounter leaves you unsettled. Was it genuine interest or investigation? With humanoid Cylons, certainty is impossible. Later in the morning, a man you don't recognize approaches. Middle-aged, unremarkable in appearance, wearing the same mix of salvaged clothing everyone wears. He picks up a small carved bird, examining it with unusual attention. You do good work, he says quietly, the kind that shows real attention to detail. Thank you, you reply. He studies the bird a moment longer, then completes the purchase, paying more than your asking price without mentioning the overpayment. The exchange is brief. He walks away into the market crowd, carrying the small bird. The encounter fades into the morning's other transactions. Just another customer. Just another piece finding a home. By early afternoon, the market winds down. As the cold intensifies, you pack your remaining inventory, the rabbit family and mountain goat finding homes through the final hours. Each transaction follows familiar patterns. Examination, trade, gratitude. The walk back to your tent follows known routes. The cold has deepened. Your breath fogs with each exhale. The settlement moves toward its afternoon routines around you. Inside the tent, warmth greets you. The workshop waits with tomorrow's projects. Elena won't return for hours yet. And the day continues in its steady pattern. Market complete. New commissions beginning, the familiar rhythm of work and survival continuing under occupation. Tomorrow will bring the seal cat's continuation. Tonight, there is only the present moment, the workshop's patient presence, and the gradual transition toward evening's different rhythms. The workshop settles into deep night rhythm around 0200, when even the most persistent sounds of the settlement have faded into cold silence. Elena has been asleep for hours, her breathing regular and undisturbed from her cot in the outer area. The lamp provides its circle of working light. The heating unit maintains its minimal warmth. And your hands continue the work that can only happen in these hours when privacy is most assured. The seal cat for Marcus's daughter sits on the workbench, perhaps 60% complete. The basic form is established, body elongated properly, head raised in alert position, flippers tucked against the sides. Now comes the detail work that transforms recognizable shape into something that conveys personality and life. The detail knife is smaller than your standard carving blade, designed for the precise cuts that create features rather than form. You pick it up, feeling its lighter weight, and begin working on the seal cat's face. The eyes first, carving the slight depressions that will eventually hold glass beads, creating the surrounding contours that suggest eyelids and the particular expression that seal cats display when they're curious but not alarmed. The work requires focus, but not intense concentration. Your hands know this pattern, have repeated it enough times that muscle memory guides the blade while your mind drifts in that space between active thought and meditation. Cut, examine, rotate the piece slightly, cut again. The rhythm is steady and familiar. The hands remember what to do. Outside, the settlement holds its deepest quiet. No voices carry through the cold air. No footsteps disturb the frozen pathways. Even the Cylon patrols seem less frequent during these hours, as if the occupation itself acknowledges that nothing happens in deep night that requires immediate surveillance. The wind continues its constant work against canvas walls. The sound has become so familiar that you barely register it consciously. Just background presence like your own breathing or the heating unit's hum. But tonight the wind seems slightly less aggressive than usual, suggesting that perhaps the worst of winter storms might be passing as the season shifts. The seal cat's eyes take shape through accumulated small cuts. The left eye socket first carved to proper depth, the surrounding area contoured to suggest the soft tissue around actual seal cat eyes. Then the right eye matched carefully to its companion through practiced estimation rather than measurement. The eyes must be symmetrical, must convey the same expression, must work together to create the overall impression of intelligence and friendliness. Your fingers grow cold despite the work, and you pause to press them against the heating unit's warmth. The circulation returns gradually, bringing the faint tingling sensation that indicates returning sensation to nearly numb digits. You flex your hands, encouraging blood flow, then return to the workbench when dexterity is restored. The whiskers come next, delicate lines carved into the seal cat's muzzle, each one positioned according to the species' actual anatomy. Seal cats have prominent whiskers, important sensory organs that they use for navigation and hunting. The carved version doesn't need to function, but it should suggest the real animal's characteristics accurately enough that children who've seen actual seal cats will recognize the accuracy. The detail knife moves in precise strokes, creating lines that are deep enough to read clearly, but shallow enough that they don't weaken the wood structure. Each whisker is maybe 0.5 millimeter deep, positioned symmetrically on both sides of the muzzle, angled forward slightly to suggest the alert posture that seal cats display when they're interested in something. The work continues through the deep hours. 3 o'clock passes, then 4, time marked only by the gradual accumulation of completed details on the seal cat's surface. The face is finished now, eyes positioned correctly, whiskers suggesting sensory awareness, mouth carved to convey the slight smile that seal cats seem to display when they're content. The body needs texture added, small cuts that suggest the direction and density of fur, creating visual interest and making the carved surface read as covered rather than bare. This work is tedious but meditative, requiring attention but not problem-solving, allowing your hands to follow practiced patterns while your mind continues its drift. Hundreds of small cuts gradually cover the seal cat's body. The pattern follows the actual fur direction that real seal cats display, forward along the neck, backward along the body, swirling slightly where the flippers meet the torso. The texture doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to suggest fur convincingly enough that a child's imagination can complete the illusion. The eastern edge of the tent's canvas begins to show the first hint of grey light around 05:30. Dawn approaching, bringing the end of night's privacy and the need to transition from resistance work to normal routines. You make a few final cuts on the seal cat, reaching a natural stopping point where you can leave the work without complications. The seal cat is perhaps 80% complete now. One more night session should finish the carving itself. Then sanding and finishing will require another evening. 3 days total, exactly as you promised Marcus. The piece is good work, will bring genuine joy to his daughter on her birthday. You clean the detail knife carefully, removing accumulated wood dust and checking the blade edge for any damage. Everything is fine. The tool is ready for the next session. The seal cat goes onto the shelf with other works in progress, positioned where it won't be disturbed, but where you'll see it immediately when the next work session begins. The workshop gets tidied quickly, wood shavings swept and disposed of, tools returned to their proper positions, materials organised for whatever daylight work will happen later. The lamp gets extinguished, conserving generator power. The small string lights that Elena hung provide enough illumination to navigate by. Your cot waits with its thin mattress and accumulated blankets. 2 hours of sleep before Elena's alarm sounds at 700. 2 hours to find whatever rest is possible before another day begins, with its demands and routines and the constant low-level stress of living under occupation. You settle under the blankets, letting the night's work tension gradually release from shoulders and hands. The seal cat is progressing well. The tarlac from yesterday is complete and ready for delivery. Tomorrow, which is really today now, since dawn is approaching, will bring its own work and challenges. But for these 2 hours, there is only the familiar tent space settling into its last moments of night quiet. Elena's breathing from her cot, steady and deep. The heating unit's constant hum. The wind against canvas walls, less aggressive now, suggesting that perhaps the worst of winter is passing. Sleep comes in pieces rather than all at once, consciousness loosening gradually, awareness fading into the space where dreams begin to form without fully displacing wakefulness. The workshop nearby holds its tools and projects in patient arrangement. The carved animals on their shelf wait in silent testimony to hours of careful work. And outside, the settlement prepares for another day, another cycle of survival under occupation, another continuation of patterns that have sustained these 10,000 souls through 8 months of systematic oppression that grinds constantly but hasn't yet broken them completely. The seal cat will be completed tomorrow night. Marcus's daughter will receive her birthday present, and the work will continue in its steady rhythm, piece by piece. Small contributions to both joy and resistance accumulated through the repetition of practiced motions and the refusal to surrender, even when surrender might be easier. Rest comes eventually, the body claiming what it desperately needs, and the hours pass in their inevitable progression toward morning and whatever it brings. The morning arrives too quickly, the alarm pulling you from dreams that vanish the moment consciousness returns. 3 hours of sleep feels insufficient because it is insufficient, but there's no alternative except to rise and begin another day that will require energy you don't fully possess. Elena is already gone, departed for the kitchen before dawn. The tent holds the particular emptiness that comes from waking alone in a space designed for multiple occupants. Outside, the settlement is active with morning sounds, people heading to work assignments, the general flow of humanity trying to maintain normal life patterns despite abnormal circumstances. You dress in the familiar layers and venture out into the cold. The walk to the communal dining area follows routes that require no conscious navigation, past the medical tent, past the equipment depot, through intersections where centurions stand in their usual positions. The dining area provides its usual warmth and minimal breakfast. Elena has saved you soup and bread. Marcus is there, eating with his focused attention to capturing every drop of nutrition. The conversation is ordinary, complaints about resource shortages, rumours about supply schedules, the general exchange of information that happens during communal meals. Nothing remarkable, nothing that signals today is different from yesterday. After breakfast, you return to your tent through streets that show the usual morning activity. The settlement continues its patterns. Work continues. Survival continues. Another day under occupation that's become, if not normal, at least familiar. Back at the tent, you find Gina waiting near your entrance. Her presence outside scheduled rounds suggests she has information to share. Inside, she settles near the heating unit and speaks without preamble. There's been increased Cylon interest in material tracking. They're investigating missing components from various sources, electronics, small items that could be used for technical construction. You listen as she explains. The investigation is serious but not immediately threatening. Components you've been acquiring might come from sources they're watching. Supply chains need adjustment. How serious, you ask? Serious enough that we need to be more careful about acquisition methods, Gina says, but not serious enough to stop operations, just more cautious. She provides details about modified procedures. No more salvage from certain areas. Use only materials with clear, innocent explanations. Nothing that traces to watched locations. Should I pause installations? The question emerges naturally. Not yet, but modify methods. Be more careful about sources. Gina makes notes on her clipboard, maintaining her administrative cover. The network you've built is valuable. We need to protect it by protecting you. The information settles into the background, present but not demanding attention. The afternoon passes in the workshop. You work on legitimate pieces, toys that need finishing, new commissions that have been requested. The seal cat for Marcus's daughter continues taking shape. The work proceeds in its familiar rhythm. Elena returns from the kitchen in early evening. You tell her about Gina's visit, that there's increased scrutiny, that methods need adjustment, that caution is required going forward. So we continue, but more carefully? Elena asks. We continue, but more carefully, you confirm. She nods acceptance. This is what life under occupation means. Constant adjustment, perpetual recalibration of risk, the ongoing balance between resistance and survival. The evening settles into its usual pattern. Elena prepares minimal dinner from her rations. You eat together near the heating unit. The conversation touches on ordinary topics: kitchen work, workshop projects, small observations about daily life. After dinner, Elena announces her intention to sleep. The kitchen requires her at Ho 500 tomorrow. She needs rest more than conversation. You return to the workshop after her breathing settles into sleep's regular rhythm. The seal cat waits on the workbench, perhaps 70% complete. The work can continue tonight. Not resistance installation, just legitimate carving that maintains cover and serves genuine purpose. The knife feels right in your hand when you pick it up. The wood responds to familiar cuts, and the rhythm of work settles over you like a comfortable weight. Steady, practiced, known. The uncertainty that Gina introduced remains present. The increased surveillance is real. The need for greater caution is genuine. But these concerns exist in the background, not demanding immediate response. They're part of the ongoing calculation that every day under occupation requires. For now, there is only the present work. The seal cat taking shape through accumulated cuts. The hands remember what to do. The workshop holding its familiar arrangement. The lamp providing light. The heating unit maintaining warmth. Everything continuing in patterns that have sustained you through months of this existence. The work proceeds. Cut, examine, rotate, cut again. The rhythm requires no thought, just the automatic motion of practiced hands. Your mind drifts without focusing on anything specific, not quite thinking, not quite dreaming, just existing in the meditative space that carving provides. Outside, the settlement continues its evening progression. Voices fade as people retreat to their shelters. Footsteps become less frequent. The wind maintains its constant work against canvas. The generators hum their steady note. The seal cat's details accumulate gradually. The whiskers defined more clearly. The texture on the body suggesting fur. The overall form becoming more refined with each careful cut. You work for perhaps 2 hours before exhaustion makes precision difficult. The stopping point is natural, a place where you can leave the work without complications, where tomorrow's session can resume without having to undo anything from tonight. The knife gets cleaned and properly stored. The seal cat goes onto its shelf with other works in progress. The workshop gets tidied, wood shavings swept up, tools arranged, materials organized for tomorrow. The lamp gets extinguished. The small string lights provide enough illumination to navigate by. Your cot waits with its thin mattress and accumulated blankets. You settle under the covers, letting the day's tensions gradually release. Gina's warning exists but doesn't demand immediate action. The increased surveillance is real, but hasn't prevented today's work. Tomorrow will arrive whether prepared for or not. The uncertainty remains. But uncertainty has been present for 8 months now. It's become part of the baseline condition of existence under occupation. Never knowing what tomorrow brings, never certain which activities might trigger consequences, never able to plan beyond the immediate future. And still, despite uncertainty, the work continues. The knife knows the wood. The hands remember their practiced Eiger motions. The toys get completed piece by piece. Children receive gifts that bring moments of joy despite circumstances designed to eliminate joy. The resistance continues in its quiet way, building infrastructure, distributing hidden technology, maintaining hope that liberation might eventually be possible. But resistance happens in the background of daily survival. It doesn't prevent the immediate tasks of carving toys, maintaining the workshop, finding enough food to sustain energy for another day's work. Sleep approaches gradually, consciousness loosening in stages, the familiar tense space settling into night quiet. Eleanor's breathing from her cot providing steady rhythm. The heating unit maintaining its hum. Tomorrow will continue what today began. The seal cat will be worked on further. Legitimate toy making will provide cover. The workshop will maintain its patterns. And whatever increased surveillance the Cylons are conducting will either detect something or won't, succeed in disrupting resistance or fail, change everything or change nothing. But tonight, there is only this: the gradual drift towards sleep, the body claiming the rest it needs, the mind releasing its grip on concerns that can't be resolved through worry. The work is done for today. Tomorrow's work will happen when tomorrow arrives. The wind continues, the canvas flutters, and sleep comes in pieces, carrying you through the night toward morning and whatever continuation of this existence the new day brings. The workshop waits in darkness. The tools rest in their proper places. The seal cat sits among other works in progress, and everything holds its pattern, steady, familiar, sufficient for now. Rest comes, the night passes, and tomorrow will arrive whether prepared for or not, bringing its own demands and challenges and small opportunities to continue the work that matters, both the visible work of creating toys for children and the invisible work of building resistance infrastructure that might eventually contribute to liberation. For now, there is only sleep, and the quiet endurance that survival requires, and the continuation of patterns that have sustained you through 8 months of occupation. One day at a time, one carved piece at a time, one small act of resistance at a time. The work continues, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. Each day survived is its own small victory. Each toy completed is its own contribution to maintaining humanity. Each night of rest is preparation for the next day's continuation. Sleep deepens. The workshop holds its patient presence, and the night progresses in its inevitable motion toward dawn. The fourth circuit board installation, the carousel horse, progresses slowly through the evening. The piece is complex, requiring careful attention to proportions and the distinctive features that make carousel horses recognizable. The neck arched gracefully, the mane flowing as if caught in motion, the pose suggesting frozen movement. The hollow for the circuit board must be carved from the base, working upward into the body's interior without compromising the external form. Your hands know this work now. The angle of the knife, the depth of each cut, the feel of wood yielding in controlled increments. Outside, the settlement has quieted into its evening patterns. Occasional voices carry through the cold air. Footsteps pass along pathways. Somewhere a door flaps in wind, the sound rhythmic and distant. The heating unit maintains its steady hum. The lamp provides its circle of working light. And your hands continue their practiced movements, removing wood in small amounts, gradually creating the space that will eventually contain hidden technology. Around 2330, footsteps approach outside. They're purposeful rather than passing, someone walking toward your tent specifically, rather than simply moving through the area. The steps stop near your entrance. A pause. Then 3 measured knocks. You set down the carousel horse and move to answer. Late visits aren't common, but they happen. Neighbours needing something, settlement administration making rounds, any number of ordinary reasons someone might knock after dark. The man from the market stands in the pathway. His hands are visible at his sides, empty. His expression is calm, neutral. No threat posture, no particular urgency in his stance. "I'm sorry for the late visit," he says quietly. His voice is pitched for conversation rather than carrying. "But we need to talk." You consider the situation briefly. Talking outside keeps him from seeing the workshop interior. "Talk about what?" you ask. "It's late and I have work early tomorrow." "About coordination," he says. The word is careful, neither confirming nor denying specific meanings. About work that's happening in different places, by different people, that might be more effective if it weren't so isolated. The statement is vague enough to mean almost anything. You maintain neutral expression. "I'm not sure what you mean. I make toys for children. That's all I do." "Of course," he acknowledges, "and that's good work, necessary work." He pauses, glancing around briefly. Not furtively, just awareness of surroundings. But sometimes good work can serve multiple purposes. Sometimes, what appears simple on the surface contains additional complexity. The conversation has the quality of 2 people speaking carefully around a subject neither wants to name directly. He's probing without accusing. You're deflecting without confirming. "Even if what you're suggesting were true," you say slowly, "why would coordination be better than separate efforts? Seems like keeping things isolated provides protection." "Isolation protects individual elements," he agrees, "but it also limits effectiveness. Coordinated efforts can accomplish what isolated efforts cannot." He produces something from his pocket, a small wooden token, circular, with markings carved into its surface. "I'm not asking for skjor, commitment tonight, just offering possibility for future conversation if you decide it's worth pursuing." He sets the token on the ground near the tent entrance, stepping back to maintain distance. "Show this to the bread vendor in the market, the stall with the green awning. He can arrange contact with someone you trust, who can verify I'm legitimate." or don't if you prefer to continue working alone. The choice is yours. He turns and walks away before you can respond. His footsteps recede into the settlement's darkness, fading into the general quiet of night. You wait until the sounds disappear completely, then retrieve the token and secure the tent entrance. Inside, you examine it under the lamp's light. The token is maybe 3 centimeters in diameter, carved from wood that's harder and finer grained than what you typically work with. The markings are precise, symbols or coordinates, or something you don't immediately recognize. Whoever made this had real skill and took time to ensure accuracy. You set it on the workbench shelf, where small items accumulate. The token sits among other objects, a broken pencil stub, some extra buttons Elena traded for, a smooth stone you picked up for no particular reason. Just another small thing in the workshop's collection. The carousel horse waits where you left it, partially completed. The hollow is perhaps halfway to proper depth. Tomorrow or the next evening you'll finish carving it, assuming you decide to continue with the installation. The circuit board sits in its protective container, on the shelf, small and innocuous, wrapped in waterproofing material, ready for installation once the hollow is complete. You pick up the carving knife again, feeling its familiar weight and balance. The carousel horse needs more work before the evening ends. The deadline isn't urgent. No one is waiting for this specific piece, but maintaining steady progress prevents projects from languishing unfinished. The knife cuts wood in familiar rhythm. Small curls peel away from the hollow's interior. The space grows incrementally larger. Your hands work with muscle memory while your mind drifts, not quite thinking, just existing in the work's meditative flow. Outside, the settlement continues its night patterns. Someone walks past, footsteps receding quickly. A tent flap opens and closes somewhere nearby. The wind picks up slightly, making canvas walls ripple with increased vigour. The work continues. Cut, examine, rotate the piece, cut again. The hollow deepens gradually. Not fast progress, but steady and controlled. By 100, your hands are too cold for precise work. You set aside the carousel horse and spend a few minutes near the heating unit, flexing fingers to restore circulation and dexterity. The warmth feels good against cold, stiffened joints. The token catches your eye from its shelf position. A decision for later, you remind yourself. Tonight there's only the immediate work, finishing the hollow to a point where you can stop for the evening, cleaning tools properly, organising materials for tomorrow. You return to the workbench. Another 20 minutes of work brings the hollow to a natural stopping point. Not complete, but at a stage where you can leave it without complications. Tomorrow or the next evening you'll finish it and decide about the circuit board installation. The knife gets cleaned with a soft cloth, removing accumulated wood dust and checking the blade edge for any damage that would require resharpening. Everything is fine. The edge is still sharp, the handle secure, the tool ready for next session. The carousel horse goes onto the shelf with other works in progress. The circuit board remains in its container. The token sits among miscellaneous small items. Everything organised, everything in its place. Outside, the deep night has settled completely. The coldest hours when even the Cylon patrols seem less frequent, when the settlement sleeps as much as constant cold and inadequate shelter permit. You check on Elena. She's sleeping deeply, her breathing regular and undisturbed. The day's work at the kitchen has exhausted her, as it always does. She'll sleep through until the alarm pulls her back to consciousness at 0500. Your own cot calls to you, the thin mattress and accumulated blankets that provide barely adequate warmth. 3 hours of sleep if you're lucky, maybe 4 if your mind allows it. You settle under the blankets, letting the day's tensions gradually release. The market feels distant now. The conversations with Sharon, with the mysterious man, fade into the accumulated experiences that don't require immediate processing. Tomorrow they'll still be there if they need consideration. Tonight, there's only the progression towards sleep. The heating unit's hum provides constant background. The tent walls continue their wind-driven flutter, and gradually, consciousness loosens its grip, allowing the drift into sleep that comes in pieces rather than all at once. Tomorrow will bring its own decisions and work. Tonight there is only this, the familiar tent space, the workshop nearby holding its tools and projects, and the gradual surrender to rest that the body demands, despite the mind's occasional resistance. The night deepens toward its quietest hours. The work is done for now. Rest will come eventually. The mysterious man's visit has introduced new uncertainty. His token sitting on your shelf, his offer of coordination waiting for response. But the uncertainty doesn't demand immediate decision. It can wait for tomorrow's consideration, or the day after, or whenever clarity arrives. For now, there is only the present moment. The workshop holding its tools and materials in patient arrangement. The completed work sitting ready, and the hours passing in their inevitable progression toward dawn. The seal cat installation is finished. Tomorrow it will cure, and then it can be distributed. The work continues in its rhythm, one piece. Completed, another begun. The steady accumulation of contributions to both visible and invisible purposes. Outside, the settlement sleeps or tries to. Inside, the familiar tent space settles into its deepest quiet. Elena's breathing provides steady rhythm from her cot. The heating unit maintains its hum, and gradually, sleep approaches. Not rushing, not forced, just arriving in its own time as exhaustion claims what it's owed. The body knows what it needs. The mind can release its grip on concerns that won't be resolved tonight. Tomorrow will bring its decisions and work, but tomorrow is distant yet. For now, there is only the drift toward rest. The familiar space holding you safely, and the continuation of patterns that have sustained you through months of this existence. The work is done, the night passes, and sleep comes gradually, carrying you through the dark hours toward morning. Morning arrives with unusual sound, more voices than typical, movement through the settlement that suggests something has changed overnight. You wake to Elena already at the tent's edge, listening with focused attention. People are being called to the main square, she says, when she notices you're awake. Some kind of assembly. They're saying it's mandatory. You dress in the layers that New Caprica's December requires. Outside, people are moving along the pathways with a purposeful flow that's different from normal morning patterns. The crowd moves in one direction, toward the central area where announcements happen. You join the flow, walking with Elena beside you. The mood around you is quiet, subdued. People don't know what's being announced, but mandatory assemblies usually bring changes that make life more difficult rather than easier. The main square is filling steadily. Cylon centurions stand around the perimeter in greater numbers than normal patrol strength. Several humanoid Cylons are visible near a platform that's been erected, Sharon Valeri among them, and others you recognize from their administrative presence in the settlement. You find a position near the crowd's edge where you can observe without being trapped if the situation changes. Elena stays close, her hand occasionally touching your arm, seeking comfort or offering it, probably both. The crowd continues filling the square, adults and children, elderly and young, everyone summoned by the mandatory assembly order. The murmur of conversation is low, people speaking in near whispers rather than normal voices. A Cavill model steps onto the platform. His presence commands attention even before he begins speaking. The crowd quiets further. "Thank you all for gathering," he begins. His voice is amplified by speakers positioned around the square. "We have important developments to discuss regarding settlement operations and security." The crowd shifts uncomfortably. Security means restrictions, usually. Investigations, possibly worse. As many of you know, we've been investigating irregularities in supply management, Cavill continues. Materials have been going missing from various sources. These materials could be used for many things, some legitimate, some not. Your chest tightens slightly, but you maintain neutral expression. This is about materials, about technical construction possibilities. It might not connect to your specific work. Our investigation has identified certain patterns, Cavill says, activities that warrant closer examination. We're implementing new security protocols to ensure settlement safety and compliance with occupation regulations. The announcement continues: registration requirements for people with technical skills, approval processes for material acquisition, restrictions on gatherings, warnings about resistance activity and its consequences. The measures are comprehensive, but not unexpected. The occupation has always maintained control through systematic restriction. These new protocols are extensions of existing patterns rather than entirely new approaches. Additionally, Cavill continues, we're conducting enhanced verification of living spaces, inspections to ensure compliance with material regulations and to maintain settlement security. Enhanced verification means searches, probably, more thorough than previous inspections. The settlement has been searched before. You've experienced it yourself. This announcement suggests it will happen again, perhaps more systematically. The assembly continues for perhaps 30 minutes more. Details about the new restrictions, explanations of compliance procedures, warnings about consequences for violations. The information is delivered methodically, without particular emphasis on any section. When the assembly concludes, people disperse gradually, processing what they've heard, calculating implications for their individual circumstances. You and Eleanor return to your tent without discussing it. Conversation can wait until you have privacy. Inside, Eleanor speaks first. They're going to search again, more thoroughly than before. Probably, you agree. The conclusion is logical based on what was announced. We should review our preparations, she suggests. Make sure everything is still hidden as well as possible. You spend the morning improving concealment where improvement is possible. Moving items to different locations. Ensuring materials have plausible explanations for their presence. Organising the workshop to emphasise legitimate toy making while minimising anything that might draw questions. By midday, the tent is as prepared as you can make it. The circuit boards are hidden in their distributed locations, separated, so discovery of one wouldn't expose others. The tools are arranged to suggest pure woodworking. The materials have cover stories that explain their acquisition and intended uses. Outside, the settlement has absorbed the morning's announcement and returned to its routines. People working, children playing, the normal patterns, resuming despite the additional restrictions that now overlay everything. Marcus appears at your tent entrance in early afternoon. His expression shows concern but not panic. They're asking questions in my section, about toys, about whether anyone's received unusual items. I told them about the seal cap for my daughter, said it was standard carved wood, nothing unusual. That's accurate, you confirm. It's exactly what it appears to be. He nods, relieved. Just wanted you to know they're asking, in case it matters for anything. After he leaves, you consider what this means. They're investigating toys specifically, or at least including toys in their investigation. Whether this represents general thoroughness or specific suspicion is impossible to determine from one data point. The afternoon passes slowly. You work on legitimate pieces, toys that need finishing, new commissions that have been requested. The workshop operates exactly as it should, creating no activity that would draw attention or suggest purposes beyond stated ones. Elena returns from the kitchen in evening with news that similar questions are being asked there. About food distribution, about whether workers have noticed unusual patterns, about general awareness of anything that seems inconsistent with normal operations. They're building information, she observes, trying to map patterns across different areas, looking for connections that might reveal organised activity. The analysis is accurate. The Cylons aren't just searching randomly, they're investigating systematically, looking for networks rather than just individual resistance members. That evening, you and Elena review everything again, checking concealment, rehearsing explanations, ensuring your cover story is consistent and plausible. The preparation is as thorough as you can make it. Either it will be sufficient or it won't, but you've done what you can. The night settles around your tent. Outside, the settlement continues its patterns. Inside, the workshop holds its tools and materials in their careful arrangement. And you wait, uncertain when the announced searches will reach your section, knowing only that they're coming eventually. Sleep that night is difficult. Consciousness repeatedly surfacing despite exhaustion, mind cycling through concerns that can't be resolved through thinking about them. But eventually, rest comes in pieces, carrying you through the night, toward morning, and whatever it brings. The searches reach your section 4 days after the announcement. You're awakened by the sound of their approach. Multiple Centurion units moving through the section in coordinated pattern. The mechanical footsteps are distinctive, impossible to mistake for anything else. Elena is already awake, sitting on her cot with the rigid posture of someone preparing for something unpleasant, but inevitable. "They're here," she says quietly. You dress quickly in your usual layers. Outside, you can hear neighbours being evacuated from their tents, the methodical progression of search teams working through your section systematically. The knock arrives around 07:30. Sharon Valeri's voice calls for evacuation. You emerge to find a larger team than the previous search, more Centurions, more humanoid Cylons, and equipment that suggests technical examination beyond simple visual inspection. "We're conducting comprehensive security verification," Sharon announces. "You'll need to wait in the designated assembly area while we examine your living space. This will take several hours. Bring essentials but nothing else." The assembly area is familiar from the previous search. You settle into waiting with Eleanor beside you, both of you silent because conversation feels difficult when so many others are nearby and when fear makes words hard to form. Hours pass slowly. The Centurions work methodically through your tent. Occasionally, you hear sounds, objects being moved, equipment being used, the systematic progress of thorough investigation. At one point, a humanoid Cylon emerges, carrying evidence bags. Your chest tightens, wondering if they found something, but the Cylon moves past without stopping at your group. Whatever was found came from a different tent. Marcus is called aside for questioning. You watch him led to the interview area. See the tension in his shoulders. He returns after 20 minutes, his expression showing relief mixed with exhaustion. "They asked about toys," he says quietly when he's back near you. "Whether I'd bought anything unusual, whether any toys seemed to have extra weight or odd construction. I told them about the seal cat. Standard carved wood, nothing unusual about it." You nod acknowledgement. The questioning is systematic, looking for patterns rather than targeting individuals specifically. Your turn comes around 1400. You're led to where a Simon model sits with a tablet and folder of documentation. "You operate a woodworking workshop," Simon states, confirming information rather than asking. "Yes," you confirm. "I make toys for children when I can acquire materials." The questioning continues through predictable topics, materials and their sources, your reasons for giving toys as gifts, whether you've acquired technical components or equipment, the patterns behind your distribution of completed pieces. You answer truthfully where truth is safe, carefully where it isn't. The workshop is legitimate. The materials have innocent explanation. The toys are gifts, meant to bring happiness to children who've lost everything. Simon produces images on his tablet, photos of your workshop taken during the search. He points to specific items that apparently drew attention. You explain each one calmly. The drill bits are for detail work. The glue is standard wood adhesive. The variety of wood types provides different colours and grains for varied pieces. After perhaps 20 minutes, Simon sets down his tablet. Your workshop appears legitimate. We found no evidence of prohibited activity. However, you remain on the monitoring list due to your technical skills and distribution patterns. Future activities will be observed. The interview ends. You return to the assembly area, having survived questioning without exposure. Elena's interview follows shortly after, focused on her kitchen work. She handles it well, answering truthfully while omitting any knowledge of your actual activities. The search concludes around 1600. The Centurions emerge from your tent and move to the next in their systematic pattern. You're cleared to return, warned about maintaining compliance, and released. Inside, the tent shows clear evidence of thorough examination. Everything has been moved. The organization will need restoration, but nothing is missing. Nothing has been confiscated. The circuit boards remain hidden in their distributed locations. The one buried outside, the one in the hollowed firewood, the two concealed in Elena's belongings. The concealment survived even this intensive search. You spend the evening restoring order gradually, tool by tool, material by material. The familiar arrangement slowly reappears as you and Elena work together in companionable silence. By full darkness, the tent is restored. The workshop looks like itself again, everything in its proper place, ready for tomorrow's work. Elena prepares tea. She managed to save some from the morning ration. You sit together near the heating unit, drinking the warmth, letting the day's tension gradually release. They searched thoroughly, she observes. More thorough than before? You nod. The observation is accurate. But they found nothing, you reply. The statement stands without need for elaboration. She drinks her tea in silence. The warmth is good after the day's cold exposure and stress. Outside, the settlement quiets into evening. The searches continue in other sections. You can occasionally hear distant sounds that suggest Centurions working, people being evacuated, the systematic progression of investigation that will eventually cover the entire settlement. But for tonight, your section is complete. The search is past, and whatever comes tomorrow will come, regardless of tonight's worry. The lamp stays lit while you finish restoring the last details of workshop organization. Then darkness, the heating unit's steady hum, Elena's breathing from her cot, already deepening into sleep, and eventually, your own surrender to rest, the body claiming what it needs despite the mind's continued processing of the day's events. Sleep comes in pieces, but it comes, carrying you through the night, toward morning, and whatever continuation of life under occupation the new day will bring. A week passes in careful stability. The settlement has absorbed the comprehensive search and returned to something approximating normal routines. Though normal, under occupation, is always provisional, always subject to disruption by Cylon authority that can change rules or procedures without warning or explanation. The workshop continues producing toys at steady pace. You've completed 3 pieces this week, 2 Tarlacs and a mountain goat, all distributed as gifts to families through the settlement's informal networks. Each piece is exactly what it appears to be, carved wood meant to bring joy to children. No hidden compartments, no additional purposes beyond stated ones. The monitoring status remains active. You notice it occasionally. The same Centurion at certain intersections, a humanoid Cylon making notes when you're at market. The awareness that your activities are being tracked even when no immediate action results from that tracking. The surveillance is there but not oppressive, watching but not intervening. Elena reports that the kitchen operates under continued but decreased scrutiny. The Cylons still monitor food preparation, but the intensity has shifted from active investigation to routine observation. People adapt, incorporating surveillance into daily patterns until it becomes just another aspect of existence under occupation. The weather has shifted as New Caprica's season progresses. Still cold, still requiring multiple layers, but the worst of winter storms seem to be passing. The snow comes less frequently now, and when it does fall, it's lighter and melts faster. The pathways between tents are gradually transitioning from ice to frozen mud, which is marginally easier to navigate despite being equally unpleasant. On the 8th day after the search, Gina appears during her afternoon rounds. She arrives with her administrative clipboard and professional demeanour, conducting what appears to be routine welfare checks on residents in your section. Her stop at your tent seems unremarkable. Just another administrator ensuring civilians have adequate resources and no urgent problems requiring attention. But the conversation that happens inside your tent, away from potential observers, is something different. "The network is ready," she says quietly, settling near the heating unit while you sit on your cot. "We have 17 nodes operational across the settlement. You're 12 plus 5 from other sources." The number is larger than you'd realised. You knew about your own installations, but not about parallel work happening elsewhere. The information settles without requiring immediate response. "We're preparing to activate it," Gina continues, "to use the network for actual coordination rather than just maintaining infrastructure that exists but doesn't function." You listen as she explains. The details emerge gradually. Communication between resistance elements, coordination of activities, connection to efforts beyond the settlement. The circuit boards you've installed aren't just technical exercises, they're infrastructure for actual operations. "We need more nodes for redundancy," Gina says. 8 more installations would create the backup necessary for reliable function. If some nodes fail or are discovered, we need enough remaining that the network continues operating. The request sits between you. 8 more installations. The work would take time, a week or 2 depending on materials and distribution timing. Not impossible, but not trivial either. "Components will be delivered through secure channels," she explains. "First batch tomorrow evening if you agree. 4 circuit boards, enough for half the needed installations." The decision doesn't require immediate commitment. You have time to consider implications, to calculate risks, to determine whether continued work makes sense given the monitoring status and recent comprehensive search. "How much time do I have to decide, Kukaitui?" you ask. "Take until tomorrow," Gina says. "The operation timeline is being finalised, and we need to know whether these additional nodes will be available. If you decline, we'll adjust plans accordingly, but having full redundancy would significantly improve our chances of success." She provides some additional context, not complete details about the operation being planned, but enough to understand that something significant is being prepared, something that requires communication infrastructure, that depends on coordination across different resistance elements, that represents more than symbolic defiance. After Gina leaves, you sit with the information. 8 more installations means 8 more families unknowingly hosting resistance technology. 8 more opportunities for discovery. 8 more contributions to something larger than your individual work. But also 8 more pieces of infrastructure that might enable actual challenge to the occupation. 8 more nodes in a network that could coordinate activities in ways that isolated individuals cannot. 8 more contributions to something that might genuinely matter, rather than merely serving as therapeutic exercise in resistance that doesn't threaten actual Cylon control. Eleanor returns from the kitchen in early evening, and you tell her about Gina's request. Not all the details, some information is better compartmentalized, but the basic reality that you're being asked to expand the network significantly. "What do you think?" you ask, genuinely uncertain about the right decision. Elena considers for a long moment before responding. "I think we've survived 2 comprehensive searches. I think your concealment methods work well enough that even thorough investigation hasn't exposed the existing installations. And I think if there's ever a time to take calculated risks, it's when those risks might contribute to something that actually matters." The response surprises you slightly. You'd expected her to argue for caution, to point out the dangers of continuing when surveillance is active. Instead, she's endorsing expansion, accepting risks in exchange for potential contribution to something significant. 8 installations in a week or 2, you repeat, making sure she understands what she's endorsing. Working while being monitored, distributing while surveillance is active, continuing exactly when stopping might be safer. Yes, Elena confirms, because safe isn't really the goal anymore, is it? The goal is contributing to something that might give humanity a chance to fight back, instead of just surviving occupation quietly. If these installations help that happen, then the risks seem worth accepting. Her support crystallizes the decision. You'll do the 8 installations. You'll complete the network's redundancy requirement. You'll contribute what you can to operations that you don't fully understand, but that represent humanity's best available chance at challenging occupation that otherwise might be permanent. Her support settles over you like confirmation of what you'd already been leaning toward. The 8 installations make sense. The network's redundancy requirement is genuine, and the work matters enough to justify continuing despite the risks that increased surveillance creates. I'll do the installations, you say, the decision made. Tell Gina I'll complete them. The circuit boards arrive the next evening as promised. Gina delivers them during her rounds, producing 4 small packages that get pocketed discreetly during routine administrative conversation. After she leaves, you examine them in the workshop. Similar to previous boards but slightly refined, each one represents another contribution to infrastructure that might eventually enable something larger than individual effort. The first installation can begin tomorrow, or the next day. The timeline is measured in weeks, not hours. There's space to work carefully, to maintain quality, to ensure each piece is completed properly rather than rushed. For tonight, the boards are hidden with the others in their distributed locations. The workshop returns to its normal state, and the evening progresses toward night in its usual pattern. Elena prepares for sleep. The kitchen requires her early tomorrow. You remain in the workshop a while longer, working on legitimate pieces, maintaining the cover that makes resistance work possible. The seal cat for Marcus's daughter continues taking shape. The work is good, will bring genuine joy when completed. This visible purpose matters as much as the invisible one. Both are necessary. Both contribute to maintaining humanity under occupation. The night settles around you. The workshop holds its familiar arrangement. And the decision is made. The installations will happen. The network will grow. The resistance will continue in its quiet way. Tomorrow begins the work, but tonight there is only the present moment, the steady rhythm of carving, the meditative focus that quiets concerns, and the gradual progression toward rest when the body finally demands it. The lamp stays lit a while longer. The knife moves through wood in practiced cuts, and the evening passes in its unhurried way toward the hour when even resistance must pause for sleep. The work continues, tomorrow and tomorrow, one piece at a time, one small contribution at a time. The steady accumulation of efforts that might eventually add up to something larger. For now, there is only this: the workshop's patient presence, the familiar tools waiting, and the quiet continuation of patterns that have sustained you through months of occupation. Rest will come when it comes. The night will pass, as it always does, and tomorrow will bring its own work, its own challenges, its own small opportunities to contribute to something that might matter. The work is enough. The decision is made, and sleep, when it arrives, will be earned through the day's efforts and the commitment to continue despite uncertainty. The circuit boards arrive exactly as Gina promised, delivered during her evening rounds with the administrative bag that disguises their nature. She produces them casually while discussing settlement resource allocation. 4 small packages wrapped in cloth and nestled among legitimate paperwork. The handoff is smooth and appears completely innocent to anyone who might observe, just an administrator sharing documents with a civilian during routine welfare checks. "Remember," Gina says quietly, while you pocket the packages, 1 week for these 4. Take your time to do them right, but don't delay beyond necessary. The timeline matters. After she leaves, You examine the circuit boards in the workshop's privacy. They're similar to previous ones but slightly more sophisticated, with additional components that suggest expanded functionality. You don't understand the technical details, but whoever built these clearly refined the design based on operational experience. Each board is carefully wrapped in waterproofing material and protected against physical damage, ready for installation once you carve the spaces to receive them. The first installation begins that same evening, working on a tarlac that's been in progress for several days. The hollow gets carved carefully from the base, working upward into the body, while maintaining structural integrity and external appearance. The circuit board fits perfectly, nestling into the carved space with minimal gap. You waterproof it carefully, seal it with the wooden plug, and set the piece aside for the glue to cure overnight. 1 down, 3 to go in this first batch. The work settles into intensive rhythm over the following days, regular toy making during hours when Elena is home or when visitors might appear, resistance installations during the deep night when privacy is most assured. You're sleeping 4 hours maximum, sustained by determination and the coffee that Elena occasionally manages to acquire through kitchen connections. The exhaustion accumulates like debt, but the work continues because the timeline demands it, and because stopping means failing the network that depends on your contributions. By the 3rd day, you've completed 2 more installations, a mountain goat and a seal cat, both finished to the same quality standards as legitimate toys while containing their hidden technology. The 4th piece is more challenging, a carousel horse that a customer specifically requested. Complex enough that carving the hollow without compromising structural integrity requires unusual care. You work on it for 2 full nights, making incremental progress, refusing to rush despite the timeline pressure. On the morning of the 5th day, Marcus appears at your tent with news that makes your chest tighten with fear. "There's been an incident," he says quietly, glancing around to ensure privacy. In Section 7, Cylons discovered hidden materials. Someone was building something in their tent. They arrested the whole family, including the children. Section 7 is 3 sections away from yours, far enough for nominal distance, but close enough that the discovery feels immediate and threatening. If the Cylons found resistance materials there, they'll increase searches everywhere, looking for similar operations across the settlement. "Do you know what they found?" you ask, needing to understand whether this threatens your specific network or represents separate resistance activity. People are saying it was communication equipment, technical construction, that only makes sense if you're trying to build something the Cylons don't want you building. Marcus's expression shows the fear that news like this generates. The family's tent has been sealed. No one knows where they were taken or what's happening to them. Communication equipment. That could be completely separate from your network, or it could be related if the arrested family received one of the toys containing hidden circuit boards. You need to contact Gina immediately. Find out if this incident affects your operations. Determine whether the arrested family is connected to your network or represents parallel resistance that got discovered. Marcus lingers at your tent entrance, clearly wanting to ask something, but uncertain how to phrase it. Finally, "The toy you made for my daughter, it's just a toy, right? There's nothing hidden that would bring Cylons if they searched again." The question cuts deep because you don't know with absolute certainty. Marcus's seal cat was completed as legitimate work with no hidden technology. You specifically remember making it purely as the birthday present it appeared to be. But in the current paranoia, even being certain isn't the same as being able to prove certainty. It's just a toy, you assure him, which is true for his specific piece. Nothing hidden, nothing that would concern anyone. Your daughter can play with it without any worries. Marcus nods, relieved, and leaves to return to his own concerns. But the conversation has highlighted the moral complexity of your work. You're hiding resistance technology in toys that go to families, making those families unwitting, participants in operations that could endanger them. If a family with one of your installations is searched and the circuit board is discovered, they face consequences for resistance activity they didn't know they were engaged in. The guilt sits heavily, impossible to fully process or resolve. The resistance requires the network. The network requires hidden installations. Hidden installations require unknowing hosts. The logic is sound, but the human cost is real. And you're the one creating that cost through your choices about which toys contain technology and which families receive those specific pieces. You spend the morning trying to contact Gina through the established signals, a specific item placed in your tent's window that indicates urgent need for communication. But she doesn't appear during her usual rounds, which might mean she's dealing with fallout from the Section 7 arrests, or might mean something worse has happened to compromise the resistance coordination structure. By afternoon, the settlement is buzzing with rumours and fear. The arrested family included 2 adults and 3 children, all taken away in a transport that left the settlement entirely, destination unknown, but presumed to be detention facility or worse. Their tent has been searched again by larger team, everything removed and examined, and still the Centurions remain stationed outside, as if expecting others to arrive, or as if the tent itself represents evidence that requires ongoing guarding. The increased Cylon presence is visible across the settlement. More patrols, more checkpoints, more random stops where civilians are questioned about their activities and destinations. The occupation has moved from elevated surveillance to active suppression, treating every civilian as potential resistance member who needs watching. The atmosphere is oppressive, fear tangible in how people move through public spaces and avoid making eye contact or conversation. Elena returns from the kitchen in early evening with news that makes the situation more dire. They're announcing new searches starting tomorrow. Every section, systematic and thorough, looking specifically for technical equipment or materials that could be used for construction. They're calling it comprehensive security verification. Every section, systematic, tomorrow. That means your section will be searched again, probably within days, and this time they'll be looking specifically for the kind of materials and equipment that your workshop contains. The previous search missed your hidden circuit boards through luck or inadequate thoroughness. A search focused specifically on finding technical construction might be more successful. We need to hide everything better, Elena says, stating the obvious because there's nothing else to say. Or get rid of everything, or something. The 4th circuit board installation, the carousel horse, is only partially complete. The hollow carved, but the board not yet. Installed. You have that board plus 3 more, waiting for the second delivery that Gina was supposed to bring, but hasn't appeared to provide. All of that represents evidence that comprehensive search would discover if you don't find better concealment or eliminate it entirely. But eliminating it means stopping the work just when the network is approaching operational readiness. It means letting fear win after you've already survived 1 search and completed 3 new installations. It means abandoning the resistance contribution that might support significant operations if you can just maintain security long enough for the network to activate. You make the decision quickly, before fear can override determination. We're not stopping, we're improving concealment and continuing operations. If they search and find something despite our best efforts, then we deal with consequences. But stopping preemptively means they win without even having to expose us. Elena doesn't argue, though her expression shows she thinks you're being reckless. Maybe you are. Maybe caution would be wiser. But caution hasn't liberated anyone, and at some point resistance requires accepting risks that careful people would reject. The evening and night are spent improving concealment. The uninstalled circuit boards get hidden in new locations, one buried in the small garden area outside your tent, another concealed inside a hollowed-out piece of firewood that appears solid, the remaining 2 wrapped and hidden inside Elena's personal belongings, where they'd be unexpected discoveries. The workshop gets reorganised to look even more innocent, with tools arranged to suggest pure toy making and materials positioned to have clear, legitimate purposes. The partially completed carousel horse presents special challenge. The hollow is carved but visible on close examination, and you don't have time to complete the installation before searches might occur. You make the difficult decision to fill the hollow with wood putty, eliminating the evidence of modification at the cost of ruining the piece for resistance purposes. The horse can still be completed as a legitimate toy, but it won't serve its intended dual function. By 0300, you've done everything possible to improve security. The concealment is better than before the previous search. The workshop appears more innocent than ever. The hidden materials are distributed and disguised beyond what casual or even moderately thorough search would discover. But truly comprehensive search by determined investigators might still find something, might notice patterns that reveal purposes beyond stated activities. You allow yourself 2 hours of sleep, lying on your cot while your mind refuses to fully shut down, running through scenarios and calculations and fears that prevent genuine rest. Elena sleeps fitfully across the tent, her breathing irregular in ways that suggest troubled dreams. When the alarm sounds at 0500, you're not rested, but you're functional, capable of beginning another day that might bring searches or might bring temporary reprieve. The uncertainty is exhausting in itself, but it's the reality of resistance under occupation. Never knowing when discovery might occur, never able to fully relax while maintaining activities that could result in execution if exposed. The day proceeds with forced normalcy. You work on legitimate toys, pieces that need finishing, new commissions that customers have requested, cover work that maintains the appearance of being exactly what you claim to be. The settlement's mood is tense, everyone aware that comprehensive searches are coming, but no one knowing exactly when or in what order. Gina finally appears mid-afternoon, arriving with her administrative materials and the professional demeanour that disguises urgency. She conducts a brief inspection of your tent, normal procedure during welfare rounds, and uses that cover to update you on the situation. The Section 7 arrests weren't related to our network, she says quietly, while examining your workspace. Separate resistance operation that got discovered, but their exposure has increased scrutiny on everyone, which makes our timeline even more critical. The second delivery of circuit boards, you ask, needing to know if that's still happening despite increased risks. Delayed. Too dangerous to move materials while they're conducting comprehensive searches. Gina makes notation on her clipboard. Complete the 3 installations you've already done. Get them distributed before searches reach this section. The 4th can wait until conditions improve. 3 installations complete, ready for distribution. The Tarlac, Mountain Goat, and Seal Cat, each containing hidden technology, each waiting to find families who'll receive them as simple gifts without knowing their additional purpose. Distributing them means putting those families at potential risk, while also advancing the network toward operational readiness. When do I distribute, you ask? Now. Today, if possible. The families are selected. I'll provide addresses. Get the toys to them before searches make movement more difficult. Gina tears a page from her clipboard and hands it over, folded small. Memorize these addresses and destroy the paper. Tell each family it's a gift for their children. Refuse payment. Make it appear to be charity rather than transaction. The addresses represent 3 families across different sections. Strategic distribution that creates network coverage while avoiding concentration that might be detected through pattern analysis. You memorize them quickly. Section 3, Section 8, Section 12. Then burn the paper in the small candle flame that Elena keeps lit for evening reading, watching the ash crumble into non-existence. Gina leaves after extracting commitment that you'll distribute today, and you're left with the immediate task of moving 3 toys containing resistance technology through a settlement under heightened surveillance to families who don't know they're receiving anything more than gifts for their children. The distribution begins in early evening, when foot traffic is high enough that your movement won't be unusual, but light enough that you can move efficiently. You wrap the 3 toys in cloth, place them in a bag that's ordinary enough to avoid attention, and venture out into the cold December evening with the kind of forced casual demeanour that resistance operations always require. The first address is closest. Section 3, a 10-minute walk that takes you past 2 checkpoint positions, where centurions are stopping civilians for random questioning. You're waved through both checkpoints without incident. Your bag examined visually, but not searched physically. Your stated destination of delivering a gift accepted as plausible. The family at the first address is a couple with a young son, maybe 5 years old. They answer your knock with the wariness that everyone shows strangers in occupied settlement, but relax when you explain you're delivering a toy, a gift for their son, no payment required, just something to bring some happiness to a child during difficult times. The mother's eyes well up with tears as she accepts the tarlac, the emotional response of someone who's been living in conditions where kindness feels rare and precious. The boy takes the toy with shy wonder, turning it in small hands and examining every detail with the focus that children bring to things that are specifically theirs. You leave before the emotion becomes overwhelming, moving to the second address with 2 toys remaining. The distribution is working. Each family accepts the gift without questioning its source or suspecting its purpose, providing cover that makes the installation simultaneously successful and morally complicated. The second address takes longer to reach. Section 8 is across the settlement, requiring 30 minutes of walking through streets where Cylon presence is heavy and threatening. You're stopped 3 times, questioned about your destination, your bag examined more thoroughly than at previous checkpoints. Each stop is opportunity for discovery, but each time the centurions accept your explanation and wave you through. The second family, a single father with twin daughters, receives the mountain goat with gratitude that's almost painful to witness. The girls are maybe 7, old enough to understand that gifts are rare and should be treasured, young enough that wonder isn't yet completely crushed by occupation's grinding pressure. They thank you with formal politeness that children learn from adults who are trying to teach manners even in refugee camps. 1 toy remaining, 1 more address. Section 12 is the farthest, requiring another 25 minutes of walking through increasingly dark streets as evening transitions to night. The Cylon patrols are changing shifts, resulting in temporary increased presence as day and night teams overlap in coverage. You're stopped 4 more times, questioned more intensively, your bag searched twice by centurions whose metal fingers probe through cloth to confirm nothing dangerous is hidden among the toys you're carrying. The final family, a mother with an infant and a young daughter, receives the seal cat with the kind of quiet gratitude that's more profound than tears. The daughter clutches the toy immediately, pressing it against her chest like it's treasure beyond price, which in the settlement's economy of scarcity and deprivation, it genuinely is, a carefully crafted object given freely, representing care and skill and the gift of something beautiful in circumstances designed to eliminate beauty. The distribution complete, you return to your tent through the dark settlement, exhausted from walking and fear and the accumulated stress of moving through checkpoints, while carrying evidence of resistance that somehow wasn't discovered despite multiple examinations. The network now has 15 active nodes. Your original, 12, plus these 3 new installations. 2 more installations from other sources make 17 total, approaching the 25 needed for full operational redundancy. Back at the tent, Eleanor is waiting with soup and tea and the comfort of familiar space after hours of exposure to surveillance and risk. You collapse onto your cot, letting the exhaustion finally have its way now that immediate demands are satisfied. Did it work? Elena asks. Were you able to deliver everything? 3 families now have toys with hidden technology, 3 more nodes in the network. 3 more children have something beautiful that's also something dangerous if discovered. The moral complexity remains unresolved. Probably unresolvable. I did what the resistance needed. Whether that was right or wrong, I don't know anymore. It was necessary, Eleanor says firmly. That's what matters. In occupation, sometimes necessary has to be enough justification. You sleep heavily that night, too exhausted for dreams or worry, your body claiming the rest it desperately needs, regardless of the circumstances that might demand wakefulness. And in 3 tents across the settlement, children sleep clutching new toys, unaware that they're holding pieces of resistance infrastructure, unaware that their innocent pleasure serves purposes beyond childhood joy. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, the comprehensive searches that were announced, the continuing surveillance that makes every activity dangerous, the operational demands that resistance work creates regardless of personal cost. But tonight, finally, is for rest earned through service to humanity's refusal to surrender. The workshop waits in darkness. The network continues its slow growth toward operational readiness. And somewhere in the settlement's shadows, resistance planners prepare for operations that your circuit boards will support, operations significant enough to justify all the risks and fears and moral complications that building the network has required. Tomorrow the resistance continues, but tonight exhaustion claims its due, carrying you into dreamless sleep that offers temporary escape from the weight of choices made and consequences yet to be determined. 3 weeks pass in cautious routine. The workshop continues its legitimate work. Toys carved and finished and distributed through normal channels. The tarlac for a family in Section 4, mountain goats for twin brothers whose parents work in waste management, a seal cat that goes to a child recovering from illness in the medical tent. Each piece is purely what it appears to be. No hidden compartments, no circuit boards. Just carved wood meant to bring small moments of joy to children living in difficult circumstances. The settlement has adjusted to the enhanced restrictions from the first wave of comprehensive searches. People move more carefully through public spaces. Conversations happen in lower voices. The informal economy that sustained both survival and small luxuries has contracted, but it continues in diminished form. Elena reports that the kitchen operates under continued scrutiny, but that the intensity has decreased slightly. The Cylons still monitor food preparation and distribution, but the constant observation has become routine rather than actively threatening. People adapt to surveillance, incorporating it into normal patterns until it becomes just another aspect of daily existence. Your monitoring status remains active. You know this because occasionally you notice the same centurion at intersections you pass through, or see a humanoid Cylon making notes when you're at the market. The surveillance is there but not oppressive. They're watching but not yet acting on whatever they observe. The weather has shifted slightly as new Caprica season progresses. Still cold, still requiring multiple layers, but the storms come less frequently now. The snow that accumulated in deep drifts through December has compacted into ice that makes walking treacherous, but at least doesn't require constant clearing from pathways. The workshop has settled into comfortable rhythm. You wake, work on current commissions, break for minimal meals, return to carving until exhaustion demands rest. The pattern is sustainable and familiar. No resistance installations complicate the work. No hidden purposes add weight to simple toy making. Marcus's daughter still carries her seal cat everywhere, according to reports that reach you through the settlement's informal communication networks. The toy has become her constant companion, providing comfort in circumstances that offer little comfort otherwise. Knowing this brings satisfaction that feels uncomplicated. You made something that helps a child, and that's enough. On the morning of the 21st day after the first comprehensive search, the pattern changes. Again, you wake to familiar sounds, centurions approaching in coordinated movement, the mechanical footsteps that indicate systematic activity rather than routine patrols. Elena is already listening at the tent's edge. They're searching again, she says quietly. Different sections this time, but including ours. The evacuation knock comes around 800. This time, it's a different humanoid Cylon. A 6 model you haven't seen before. Her voice is professional and impersonal. Security verification. Please evacuate with essentials only. Wait in the designated area until cleared to return. The assembly area is the same location as before. Many of the same faces. Your section's residents who've been through this process previously. The mood is resignation rather than fear. This is what life under occupation means. Periodic disruption, systematic invasion of privacy, the requirement to submit to searches that confirm you have nothing to hide. The waiting is familiar now. Hours passing slowly while centurions work through your tent. The sounds of methodical examination. The occasional emergence of Cylons with items for closer inspection, though never from your tent specifically. This search feels more routine than the previous one. The procedures are identical, but the emotional weight is lighter. You've survived this before. The concealment methods worked then and should work now. The fear is present but manageable, incorporated into the general anxiety that occupies permanent residence in your chest. Marcus sits nearby in the assembly area, his daughter on his lap clutching her seal cat. The toy shows signs of constant handling, the finish slightly worn, in places where small hands hold it most frequently. A small chip in one horn from an accidental drop. These imperfections make it more real, more genuinely loved. She won't let it out of her sight, Marcus says quietly, noticing your observation. Sleeps with it, carries it everywhere. Best birthday present she's ever received, she says. The comment brings familiar mixed feelings, pride in craftsmanship, gladness that the child finds comfort in something you made, and underneath, the knowledge that other pieces you've carved carry hidden purposes that could endanger families if discovered. But not this piece. This seal cat is purely what it appears to be, a gift for a child, containing nothing except wood and care. Your interview happens around 1300, the same Simon model as before, with the same tablet and folder of documentation. The questions follow predictable patterns: any new material acquisitions, any changes to workshop activities, any unusual contacts or requests. Your answers remain consistent with previous interviews. Nothing has changed. The workshop continues producing toys for children. Materials come from the same sources as before. Distribution follows the same patterns. Gifts to families who need them. Occasional small trades that provide minimal sustenance. Simon makes notes, compares your current answers to previous statements, finds no contradictions worth pursuing. Your status remains unchanged. Monitoring continues. Maintain compliance with occupation regulations. The interview ends. You return to the assembly area and wait for Elena's turn. She's called shortly after, interviewed about kitchen operations and worker behaviour. Her answers are similarly consistent with previous questioning. The search concludes around 1530. The Centurions emerge from your tent and move to continue their systematic progression through the section. You're cleared to return. Inside, the disruption is less severe than the previous search. Items have been moved but not scattered. The organisation is disrupted but not destroyed. The restoration will take hours rather than a full day. The hidden circuit boards remain in their locations. The buried one outside is undisturbed. You check discreetly, finding the small marker you placed exactly where you left it. The one in the hollowed firewood sits in the same position in the stack. The two in Elena's belongings are undetected, still wrapped and concealed among her personal items. The concealment has survived a second comprehensive search. Whatever methodology the Cylons use for these investigations, it hasn't yet penetrated your specific hiding techniques. You and Elena work through the evening restoring order. The process is almost meditative now, picking up each item, returning it to proper position, recreating the organization that makes the space functional and familiar. By full darkness, the tent is restored. The workshop looks like itself again. Tools arranged properly, materials organized by type, the workbench clear and ready for tomorrow's projects. Elena prepares a minimal dinner from rations she brought from the kitchen. You eat together near the heating unit, neither speaking much because the day has exhausted the energy that conversation requires. Outside, the settlement settles into its evening patterns. The searches continue in other sections, distant sounds of centurions working, people being evacuated, the systematic process that will eventually touch every tent in the settlement. But for tonight, your section is complete. The search is past and the familiar routine can resume tomorrow. The lamp stays lit while you complete final organizational tasks, a tool that needs returning to its proper drawer, some wood scraps that should be saved for future use. The small details that make the workshop truly ready rather than just approximately restored. Then darkness, the heating units hum, Elena's breathing deepening into sleep, and your own eventual surrender to rest, lying on your cot while the day's events gradually recede into the accumulated experience of living under occupation. Another search survived, another day concluded without exposure or consequence. The circuit boards remain hidden and functional. The network continues its existence unknown to the occupation. And somewhere across the settlement, 18 toys serve their dual purposes, bringing joy to children while containing technology that might eventually serve larger aims. But tonight there is only this, the familiar tent space, the workshop restored, and the quiet progression towards sleep that comes more easily after the second search than it did after the first. Adaptation, the human capacity to incorporate even systematic violation into routine. The way fear becomes manageable through repetition, how surveillance becomes normal background rather than constant acute threat. Sleep comes gradually, consciousness releasing in stages rather than all at once. And through the night, the settlement continues its patterns around you. 10,000 souls surviving another day of occupation through adaptation and endurance, and the small acts of resistance that continue despite overwhelming pressure to surrender. The workshop waits in darkness. The tools rest in their proper places, and tomorrow will bring its own work, its own small contributions to both survival and defiance, its own continuation of the patterns that have sustained you through months of occupation. The night settles around you, the tent is restored, the hidden materials remain hidden. Tomorrow will bring its own concerns. Tonight, there is only the familiar space, the heating unit's warmth, and the gradual progression toward rest. Outside, the settlement quiets. Inside, the workshop waits in its restored order, tools in place, materials organized, everything ready for whatever morning requires. The second search is survived, the concealment holds, and the work can continue when the time is right. Not rushed, not forced, just continuing in its steady pattern. Sleep comes more easily after the second search than it did after the first. The fear becomes manageable through repetition. The violation becomes routine through necessity. Adaptation happens whether wanted or not. Rest arrives gradually. The body claims what it needs, and the night passes in its inevitable progression toward dawn, carrying you through dark hours toward another day of survival and small resistance under occupation that's become, if not acceptable, at least familiar. The workshop holds its patient presence. The tools wait in darkness. And tomorrow will continue what today has maintained. The steady work of creating beauty and building infrastructure, of surviving and resisting, of enduring one more day under circumstances that demand endurance. For now, there is only sleep, and the quiet continuation of existence, and the patterns that have sustained you through months of this life. 2 more days pass in tense normalcy, the settlement adjusting to post-search routines, while everyone processes the experience of systematic investigation. You've returned to legitimate toy making exclusively, avoiding any resistance activity, while the monitoring status makes your actions more visible to Cylon. Surveillance. The workshop produces purely innocent pieces, toys for children with no hidden technology, work that's exactly what it appears to be. But the token remains on your shelf. The carved wooden circle, with its mysterious symbols, representing the decision you've been deferring about whether to pursue contact with the separate resistance network that the mysterious man claimed to represent. The comprehensive search and its aftermath have made the decision more urgent. Your current network is functional but limited. Coordination with other elements might improve effectiveness while distributing risk more broadly. On the third day after the search, you make the decision to follow up. The timing is deliberate. Enough days have passed since the search that immediate surveillance might have decreased, but not so long that opportunities are lost or the man's offer becomes invalid. The risk is real. The token could be Cylon trap designed to identify resistance members who respond to recruitment approaches. But staying isolated also carries risks, and at some point resistance requires accepting danger in exchange for potential improvements in capability. The bread vendor with the green awning operates in the market's food section, a permanent stall that's been there since the settlement's earliest days. You've bought bread from him occasionally, but never engaged beyond simple transactions. Today, you approach with the token concealed in your palm, prepared to show it only if the opportunity presents itself naturally. The vendor is a man in his 50s, weathered and practical, with the no-nonsense demeanour of someone who's spent decades feeding people and has no patience for complications. You browse his limited selection: dark, heavy bread made from settlement grains, a few special items that he produces when ingredients permit, and make small talk about quality and availability. Difficult times for baking, he observes, wrapping the loaf you've selected. Grain allotments keep decreasing, and the Cylons are tracking every kernel. Hard to produce anything decent when resources are so constrained. Hard to do anything decent under occupation, you reply, the comment deliberately ambiguous. Could be simple complaint, or could be coded language testing for resistance connection. The vendor studies you briefly, then glances at your hand where the token is partially visible. His expression doesn't change, but something in his eyes sharpens with recognition. Sometimes people need special orders, items that aren't available through normal channels. If you're interested in special orders, I can arrange introductions to suppliers who handle unusual requests. The coded language is clear enough. He's confirming the token's significance and offering to facilitate contact. You complete the transaction, paying for the bread while passing the token to him with the settlement script. He pockets both smoothly, making the exchange appear completely routine. Come back tomorrow, same time, he says quietly. I'll have information about suppliers who might interest you. You leave the market with bread and commitment to return tomorrow, uncertain whether you've just made contact with legitimate resistance expansion or walked directly into Cylon trap. The uncertainty is impossible to resolve until tomorrow's meeting reveals what the token actually represents and whether trust was justified or catastrophically misplaced. The evening passes in anxious waiting, your mind cycling through all the ways tomorrow could go wrong. Elena notices your distraction, but doesn't ask directly, understanding that resistance work sometimes requires silence, even between siblings who share everything else. You eat dinner mechanically, work on legitimate toys without real focus, and eventually sleep restlessly while tomorrow's meeting looms over everything. The market meeting happens at mid-morning, the vendor greeting you normally, while other customers browse his limited selection. He waits until you're alone at the stall, then speaks quietly while wrapping bread that you're pretending to purchase. Your contact will meet you at the old storage building near Section 9, 1400 today. Go alone, bring nothing that could be considered weapons or evidence of resistance activity. The contact is someone you've met before, through legitimate channels, you'll recognize them, and they'll verify the connection is genuine. Someone you've met before. That narrows possibilities significantly. Gina most likely, possibly Marcus or another civilian whose interactions with you have seemed innocent, but who might have hidden resistance connections. The old storage building is semi-abandoned structure that the settlement uses for occasional overflow storage, located in a part of Section 9 that's relatively isolated from high-traffic areas. You complete the bread purchase and leave the market, committing to the 1400 meeting, while still uncertain about wisdom of following through. The morning passes in distracted toy-making, legitimate work that maintains cover, while your mind focuses on the approaching meeting and its implications. Elena is at the kitchen during early afternoon, which provides the privacy to leave the tent without explaining your destination. You walk to Section 9 with forced casualness, taking routes that avoid checkpoints where possible, while appearing to have innocent purpose if stopped. The old storage building is exactly where you remember it, a prefabricated metal structure that was erected during the settlement's earliest days and that's been largely abandoned as better facilities became available. The building's interior is dim and cold, filled with random items that people have stored and mostly forgotten. Broken equipment, surplus materials, the accumulated detritus of refugee settlement. You enter cautiously, aware that this could be trap or legitimate meeting with equal probability. Gina emerges from behind a stack of crates, her presence simultaneously confirming legitimacy and revealing that your earlier suspicions about her involvement were correct. She's not in her administrative role now. No clipboard, no official demeanour, just another resistance member meeting in secret location. "Thank you for coming," she says, without preamble. "I know following up on the token required trust that you had no reason to give." "The man who gave me the token. Who is he?" you ask directly, needing to understand the network you're potentially joining. "He's a coordinator for what we call the Northern Cell, a separate resistance network that operates primarily in Sections 6 through 12. Your network, what we call the Southern Cell, covers Sections 1 through 5. Until recently, we've operated independently for security reasons. But the Cylons crackdown has made coordination necessary. 2 resistance cells, operating separately across the settlement, now moving toward coordination. The organizational structure makes sense for security. Compartmentalization protects against complete exposure if one cell is compromised. But coordination requires trust that compartmentalization specifically avoids. Why coordinate now? What's changed that makes the risk worthwhile, you ask? The operation I mentioned before, the significant action that requires communication infrastructure. It's been approved and planned, but execution requires coordination between cells that have been operating separately. Your circuit board network provides the technical infrastructure. The Northern Cell provides operational capability. Together, we can attempt something that neither cell could accomplish alone. Gina's intensity suggests this operation is more significant than you'd imagined. What exactly are we attempting? I can't give you complete details, operational security, but the basic concept is coordinated resistance action across the settlement, synchronized with external support, strikes against Cylon infrastructure, disruption of occupation command and control, creation of chaos that prevents effective response. She pauses, letting the implications sink in. This is actual resistance, not just hidden circuit boards or symbolic defiance. This is fighting back in ways that might genuinely damage the occupation. The scale is breathtaking and terrifying. You've been thinking of your work as building potential resistance capability, but Gina is describing actual planned operations that would directly challenge Cylon authority. The circuit boards you've installed aren't just communication nodes, they're infrastructure for coordinated uprising. When does this happen, you ask, needing to understand the timeline? Soon? Weeks, maybe days, depending on external factors we can't control. which is why coordination between cells is urgent. We need to finalize preparations, ensure communication systems are functional, verify that everyone understands their roles. Gina moves closer, her expression showing both hope and fear. Your work has been essential to making this possible. The 15 nodes you've created provide enough coverage that coordinated communication is viable. But we need your commitment to continue. 3 more installations to reach minimum redundancy, more if possible to improve resilience. 3 more installations. After surviving 2 comprehensive searches, after being placed on monitoring lists, after promising Elena you'd be cautious about risks, the request asks you to accelerate exactly when caution would suggest pausing, to increase exposure exactly when surveillance is most intense. If I do the 3 installations, when would they need to be complete? You ask, not committing but not refusing either. Ideally within 1 week. The operations timeline is being finalized and we need infrastructure complete before execution window opens. Gina produces a small package from her coat. 3 circuit boards, already prepared for installation. These are the final boards from current production. Install them in pieces you've already started or in new commissions that have innocent explanation. Distribute them across sections not yet heavily represented in the network. The circuit boards sit heavy in your hand, representing both possibility and danger. 3 more installations means 3 more families unknowingly hosting resistance technology. 3 more opportunities for discovery. 3 more contributions to operations that might liberate humanity or might result in catastrophic failure that destroys everyone involved. I'll need time to think about this, you say, not taking the package yet. This is bigger than what I thought I was contributing to. I need to process implications before committing. I understand, but understand also that time is limited. The operation will proceed with or without maximum network coverage, but having those final 3 nodes could mean the difference between success and failure. Gina sets the package on a nearby crate. Take the boards or don't, commit or decline, but decide quickly. The settlement might not have another opportunity like this. She leaves through the building's opposite entrance, disappearing into Section 9 streets and leaving you alone with the circuit boards and the decision they represent. The package sits on the crate, innocuous in appearance but representing consequences that you can barely imagine in scope. You take the package, not because you've decided to commit, but because leaving it here seems wrong. The walk back to your tent is mechanical, your mind processing what Gina revealed about the scale of planned operations. An actual uprising, coordinated across the settlement, synchronized with external support. Your circuit boards enabling communication that makes coordination possible. The small acts of resistance you've been performing contributing to something genuinely significant rather than merely symbolic. Back at the tent, you hide the 3 circuit boards with the others, adding them to the distributed concealment that survived 2 searches. Elena returns from the kitchen in early evening, and you tell her about the meeting, Gina's revelation about the operation, the request for 3 final installations, the timeline that makes urgency necessary despite accumulated risks. This is what we've been building toward, Elena says after processing the information. Not just hiding circuit boards, but enabling actual operations that might challenge the occupation meaningfully. If there's ever a time to take risks, this is it. Her support surprises you. You'd expected her to argue for caution, to point out the dangers of continuing when surveillance is intense. Instead, she's endorsing acceleration, accepting risks in exchange for the possibility that resistance might finally move from potential to actual challenge against Cylon authority. 3 installations in 1 week, you repeat, making sure she understands what she's endorsing. Working while being monitored, distributing while surveillance is heightened, continuing exactly when stopping would be safest. Yes, because safe isn't the goal anymore. The goal is contributing to something that might actually matter, that might give humanity a chance to fight back instead of just surviving occupation quietly. Elena's expression shows determination that you've rarely seen from her. Make the installations. Take the risks. Let's be part of what comes next instead of just watching it happen. The decision crystallizes with her support. You'll do the 3 installations. You'll complete the network's minimum redundancy. You'll contribute everything you can to operations that might liberate or might destroy, but that represent humanity's best chance at challenging occupation that otherwise might be permanent. The circuit boards wait in their hiding places. The workshop waits for the work that will transform 3 more toys into resistance nodes. And somewhere in the settlement, coordinators finalize plans for operations that your small contributions will help make possible. Tomorrow, the installations begin. But tonight, you've made the commitment that determines whether your resistance work was merely symbolic or genuinely functional. The weight of that commitment settles over you like new Caprica's snow, heavy and cold, but also necessary for what must eventually come. The spring that might follow winter if humanity can survive long enough to see it. The 3 final installations proceed steadily over 6 days. Each piece receives the same careful attention as previous work: the tarlac, the mountain goat family, and the large seal cat that represents your finest craftsmanship. The work happens during evening hours, after Elena has gone to sleep, in the quiet times when the settlement rests and privacy is most assured. Your hands know this work intimately now. The angle of cuts, the depth of hollows, the precise fitting of circuit boards into carved spaces. The distributions happen through normal channels, families in different sections spread across the settlement to create coverage rather than concentration. Each family receives their toy as a gift, something beautiful for their children, something that appears exactly as it is on the surface. On the 6th day, the final piece, the large seal cat, goes to a family in section 12, an elderly couple caring for their orphaned granddaughter. The child receives it with silent wonder, holding the carved animal with reverence that makes the work feel worthwhile. You return to your tent knowing the network is complete. 18 total nodes distributed across all sections. Your contribution to whatever comes next is finished. Gina appears that evening during her rounds. Her presence outside normal schedule suggests importance. "The network is complete?" she asks. 18 nodes, all distributed. Everything you requested is done. "Good," she says. The operation begins in 3 days. Coordinated action across the settlement at dawn. Your communication network will be activated remotely. You don't need to do anything to make it functional. She provides additional details, emergency signals to listen for, patterns that indicate success or failure, instructions for staying safe when activity begins. After she leaves, you and Elena process what's coming. 3 days until the network becomes operational. 3 days until everything changes, or doesn't, succeeds, or fails. The time passes in steady rhythm. Legitimate work continues. The settlement maintains its patterns. Children play with toys that some contain hidden technology, unaware of the purposes those objects might serve. On the final evening, you and Elena sit together near the heating unit. The tea is warm. The tent is comfortable. Outside, the settlement continues, without knowing what tomorrow might bring. Sleep comes in pieces through that last night. Periods of light dozing, moments of wakefulness, the gradual progression toward morning. Eleanor's breathing provides familiar rhythm from her cot. The heating unit maintains its steady hum. The darkness begins to thin at the edges. Grey light touches the tent's canvas walls. Dawn is arriving, as it always does, bringing whatever the new day holds. You remain still, watching the light strengthen gradually. There's no urgency to rise yet, no immediate action required. Just the quiet observation of morning coming to the settlement. Outside, the settlement begins to stir. Normal sounds at first, voices, footsteps, people waking and preparing for another day. The familiar patterns of morning. Then something changes in the rhythm. Distant noises that might be equipment failures or might be something else. Shouts carrying across the cold air, movement that feels different from normal morning traffic. Elena sits up on her cot. You do the same. Together, you move to the tent. Entrance looking out across the settlement where smoke rises from several locations, where people are emerging from tents with confusion, where the normal patterns are clearly disrupted. The circuit boards you installed are functioning now, somewhere in the invisible network that connects resistance members across sections. Your work is complete and operational. What happens next is beyond your control or contribution. The morning unfolds with its changes. The settlement transforms around you, familiar patterns breaking into something new. And in 18 tents across 12 sections, children sleep or wake near toys that some contain secrets, all of them representing the hope that adults haven't given up fighting for better futures. Your part is finished. The installations are complete. The network operates independently now, serving purposes you contributed to but don't control. The day continues its motion. Events unfold across the settlement, and you stand with Elena, watching morning reveal whatever changes have begun, knowing that whatever comes will come regardless of your observation. The workshop behind you holds its tools in patient arrangement. The carved animals on the shelf stand in their rows, some hollow, some solid, all made with care for children who needed them. Outside, the settlement continues its transformation. New sounds, new patterns, new uncertainties mixing with familiar elements. The occupation that's defined life for 8 months is being challenged, though the outcome remains unknown. For now, there is only the present moment, the grey light strengthening, the cold air, Elena's presence beside you, and the quiet acceptance that your work in this particular effort is complete. Whatever happens next, liberation or failure, escape or consequence, will unfold in its own time. The circuit boards will serve their function or won't. The resistance will succeed or fail, and life will continue in whatever form it takes after today's events conclude. The morning progresses. The settlement adapts to its disruptions, and in your tent, the workshop waits as it always has, ready for whatever work tomorrow might require, patient in its presence, regardless of how today's events resolve. The lamp is no longer needed. Natural light fills the tent now. The heating unit continues its steady hum, and outside the world continues its motion, while you watch from your threshold, a witness to changes you helped enable, but cannot control. The work is done. The day unfolds, and rest, when it comes again, will be earned through the steady accumulation of small contributions that might, perhaps, have added up to something larger than their individual parts. The darkness begins to lighten almost imperceptibly, the first hint of dawn touching the tent's canvas walls. You remain on your cot, not sleeping, but not quite awake either, suspended in that liminal space where consciousness drifts without fully engaging. Elena's breathing from across the tent provides familiar rhythm, steady and deep, suggesting she's found rest that you can't quite reach. Outside, the settlement remains quiet in these final moments before dawn. The Cylon patrols continue their mechanical circuits, unaware that in mere minutes their grip on this refugee camp will be challenged in ways they haven't anticipated. The families sleep or wake, prepare for what they think will be another day of occupation and survival. Don't know that everything is about to change. In 18 tents across 12 sections, children sleep near toys that contain more than wood and care. The tarlacs and mountain goats and seal cats sit on shelves or clutched in small arms, their carved surfaces hiding circuit boards that soon will activate, creating the communication network that resistance has been building piece by patient piece. Your contribution is complete. The installations are finished, distributed, functional. What happens next is beyond your control. Dependent on resistance members you've never met executing operations you barely understand. The circuit boards will do what they were designed to do, or they won't. The operation will succeed, or it will fail. and you'll survive the consequences, or you won't. But in this moment, in the darkness before dawn, none of that has been determined yet. In this moment, all possibilities still exist simultaneously: liberation and defeat, survival and sacrifice, success and catastrophe. In this moment, the work you've done remains potential rather than realized outcome. You think about the children who received your toys. Marcus's daughter, with her seal cat sleeping peacefully, while tomorrow arrives with its uncertainties. The young boy who got the tarlac, probably clutching it even in sleep, finding comfort in carved wood that also contains resistance hope. The granddaughter in Section 12, her seal cat beside her on a cot in a tent that barely keeps out New Caprica's cold, unaware that her gift might help free humanity from the occupation that's stolen her childhood. They deserve liberation. They deserve to grow up somewhere without Cylon surveillance and systematic oppression. They deserve toys that are just toys, gifts given purely from kindness, without hidden purposes that might endanger their families. They deserve the childhood that occupation has stolen, and that resistance is attempting to reclaim through force that might finally succeed. The work you've done, carving and installing and distributing, was for them as much as for abstract concepts of freedom or resistance. The circuit boards hidden in wooden animals are tools for liberation, but they're also apologies for the childhood that war and occupation have destroyed. They're promises that adults are still fighting for futures where children can simply be children without Chrome guardians watching and recording and controlling every aspect of existence. Dawn is coming now, really coming, the grey light strengthening, enough to outline the tent's interior shapes. Elena stirs on her cot, consciousness returning, awareness of what today brings making rest impossible, even if exhaustion demands it. You hear her sit up, hear the rustle of blankets, the quiet sounds of someone preparing mentally for whatever comes next. It's almost time, she says quietly, voice thick with sleep and stress. Almost, you confirm, sitting up on your own cot. Maybe another 20 minutes until dawn. Whatever happens, Elena says, I want you to know that I'm proud of what you did, what we did together, building something that might matter, that might help free us from this place. That took courage I didn't know we had. I couldn't have done it without you, you reply honestly. Your support, your cover, your willingness to accept risks that were really my choices more than yours. That's real courage, standing with someone even when you question their decisions. The conversation is goodbye disguised as gratitude, acknowledgement that dawn might bring outcomes that separate you permanently. If the operation fails catastrophically, if Cylon response is overwhelming, if exposure leads to executions, then these might be your final words to each other. The weight of that possibility makes every sentence feel inadequate, makes finding right words impossible, because no words are sufficient for what you're trying to express. But family understands, without needing perfect articulation. Elena understands that you love her, that her support has made resistance possible, that whatever happens next, you're grateful to have faced it with her beside you. And you understand the same from her, that despite questioning your methods and fearing your risks, she's been with you throughout, sharing the burden even when it wasn't hers to carry. The light grows stronger, dawn arriving with the particular grey quality that New Caprica mornings possess. Somewhere in the settlement, resistance members are moving to positions, preparing for coordinated action that's been planned for weeks. In 18 tents, circuit boards are about to activate, creating the communication network that will enable coordination. In command centres, Cylon authorities monitor their surveillance systems without knowing they're about to be challenged simultaneously from multiple directions. You and Elena wait together, sitting on your respective cots, watching the light strengthen while time moves toward the moment when everything changes. The workshop behind its canvas divider contains tools that carved resistance infrastructure disguised as children's toys. The hidden circuit board locations remain empty now, their contents distributed to families across the settlement. The work is finished, the contribution complete, and what remains is waiting to learn whether it mattered. Dawn fully arrives, grey light flooding the tent, and somewhere nearby you hear it begin. Distant sounds that might be explosions or might be equipment, failures, shouting that might be resistance action or might be normal settlement chaos. The operation has started, resistance moving from potential to kinetic, humanity fighting back against the occupation that's controlled New Caprica for 8 months. You and Elena move to the tent entrance, looking out across the settlement where smoke is rising from multiple locations, where people are emerging from tents with confusion and fear, where Cylon centurions are responding to situations that haven't been fully revealed. The operation is happening, the resistance is fighting, and the circuit boards you installed are somewhere in the electronic noise, enabling coordination that makes simultaneous action possible. What happens next will determine everything: whether humanity escapes this cold planet, whether the children who clutch wooden toys will grow up free, whether the work you've done was meaningful contribution or tragic mistake. But in this moment, watching dawn reveal the settlement transformed by resistance action, you feel something that's been absent for months. Hope. Real hope, not the desperate, clinging kind that sustains survival, but actual hope that liberation might be possible, that occupation might end, that the circuit boards hidden in toys carved with care might enable the coordination that makes freedom achievable. The settlement erupts into full chaos, resistance members engaging Cylons, civilians evacuating or sheltering, smoke and sound and confusion spreading across sections. And somewhere in that chaos, 18 circuit boards create invisible connections, enabling communication that turns isolated acts into coordinated rebellion. Your contribution, small as it was, is part of this. The work continues now, through others' actions, but it began in a small workshop where wooden animals were carved to serve dual purposes, where resistance was built piece by patient piece, hidden in plain sight, disguised as the simple act of bringing joy to children who desperately needed it. What comes next is beyond your control, but what you've already done, that will remain, regardless of whether resistance succeeds or fails. The circuit boards will function or won't, the operation will achieve liberation or catastrophe, but the choices you made to resist rather than surrender, to build rather than accept, to contribute rather than merely survive, those choices are already complete and can't be undone by whatever outcomes dawn brings. And somewhere in the settlement, children wait clutching toys that some contain secrets, all of them representing hope that adults haven't given up, that resistance continues even against overwhelming force, that humanity refuses to surrender even when surrounded by chrome guardians with red eyes and weapons always ready. The sun rises over New Caprica, cold and distant, illuminating a settlement where resistance has finally moved from hidden preparation to actual challenge. And in a small tent among thousands, 2 siblings watch dawn reveal humanity's latest attempt to reclaim freedom from those who sought to take it permanently. The work is done. The circuit boards function. The operation proceeds. And the wooden toys that children cherish continue serving their dual purposes, bringing joy to young hearts while enabling older hands to fight for futures worth inheriting. May your rest be peaceful, knowing that resistance takes many forms, and that sometimes the smallest contributions, a carved animal, a hidden circuit board, a gift given with love and purpose, are what make larger victories possible. May you dream of children playing freely in places where occupation is memory, rather than present reality. May you find comfort in knowing that, even in darkest times, even under overwhelming oppression, humanity continues fighting for liberation, through whatever means available. The workshop waits in silence, its work complete, its tools resting. The settlement erupts in resistance action, chaos and hope mixing in equal measure, And somewhere beyond New Caprica's cold horizons, fleet ships prepare to receive refugees if liberation succeeds, if resistance action creates opportunity for escape, if the hidden circuit boards enable coordination that makes freedom possible. Sleep now if you can, knowing that when you wake everything will be different. For better or worse, humanity will have challenged its oppressors and learned whether resistance was sufficient or whether occupation will continue into indefinite future. The wooden animals stand silent witness, some hollow, some solid, all carved with care, all given with hope, and the children who hold them continue dreaming dreams that adults are fighting to make possible, dreams of freedom and safety, and childhoods reclaimed from occupation's grinding pressure. Dawn has come to New Caprica. What it brings remains to be seen, but in a small workshop, wooden tools and scattered sawdust testify to resistance that happened here, to choices made, to contributions offered, to humanity's refusal to surrender, even when surrender seemed inevitable. Rest now. The work is complete. Whatever comes next will come regardless of your wakefulness. And the toys, those simple carved animals, that some contain complex secrets, will continue serving their purposes until liberation arrives, or until hope finally, completely fails. But hope has not failed yet, and while it remains, resistance continues in 10,000 forms, across 10,000 tents, all contributing to humanity's larger refusal to accept synthetic domination as permanent condition. Sleep, and let the dawn bring what it will bring. The circuit boards function, the operation proceeds, and the children sleep or wake with toys that represent both gift and promise, wood carved with care, hidden technology enabling freedom, hope disguised as simple childhood joy. The story continues beyond these moments, beyond this tent, beyond your individual contribution, but your part is complete, and rest is earned through service to resistance that required courage you built, piece by piece, through months of fear and determination. May your dreams be peaceful. May your waking bring news of liberation. May the wooden animals you carved serve the dual purposes for which they were created, bringing joy to children while helping humanity reclaim freedom from those who sought to take it forever. The work is done. The resistance continues. And dawn has come to New Caprica, bringing with it humanity's latest hope for freedom. The wind continues against the canvas, steady and familiar as sleep deepens. Rest now, toymaker. Your contribution to rebellion, carved from wood and hidden in plain sight, has served its purpose, and may you wake to liberation. But for now, rest. Good night.